in authority. Deliver us from evil men who will sit in places of authority and do evil things. Deliver us from vampires who will drink the blood of the nation and leave nothing behind. Bless our nation with good leaders. And for those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them, that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Meba join am akwa be the Ghana Montie so na Friday. And the date is I will check here 17th January the year 2025. It will share January adada yes as here no afi ne ye 17 days. January no be we asa next week grana January no nko yo. The January be kwa next 2 weeks. Meba cheba be kan ho na ye de eya manyo 7 nsema hodo e koso ye man Ghana mo de ye de betechire ye man no. Meba cho de mu 7 de abra woni 100.9 so. Medin de Ministerial OSEI AGYEMAN jumede ne ye friend Ghana Montie. Meba cho be bibia wo bia be mo akwabo. Esema happy weekend. Sorry na ye ne tem akwakobo no nsia ye ne tem sesi amene o ka say. Akasima ne be ye aduonu na no nsia bo. It is how that's so damn pempa the end of Mr. Not just no be late to know. And could I soon be school? And now Friday, Maso, there be an American Quadan Mr. One then I have to go. A bay of uniforms and so on, one more bay me and son who do me and son and only and say woman uniform more than one. And one more bags cry, say yet more than one. One more socks now, mention about auto more than one. There be a sikana ye penny amofra na ye de hwe omo na ka wo de ko ye de wo koto ayi ntoma wo mrekwa wo be school bag ye ba ko pe wo de o sika koto ayi ntoma oba time man yes o wo be school bag ye ba ko pe enso me ka say when ye ska de ato wo de kwa kwatwa wanum wo bi san wo say wo ba school bag na wato ba ko aka ho Ebe ye kran kan wato miensa. Eti da bia na wo backup. Da bia wo backup. Wo mo socks yi. Socks no she da to maybe papa bi oton socks on nam ye kire ha. Obe na nam ye adwuma mu ha. Me friend me to socks na se madwen ye. O se na da o ma de dogs na me se me ma no onye so o mo dogs o. Ma me pese ma so mo dweme. Eti da bia wo menya bia hye. Na o mo yire bi na wo si bi. Na me nka me first kan kodi kokonte on. Be the better socks na gu ama me ma no. Be pa so ye ne sa why me sre o batan wadaruma. We de enye se me na mba be kire o de se wuyo da bi na mum. Eye nkakai e na ye kakai ye ho. Unse wiase na ye wo da bia ye kakai ye ho. Enu ti na wo mampanyin kra na wo fa advices. O mampanyin bia wo na futufo. Ohini bia wo na futufo. Because of futu for na yese wo na e kire eyo hene na na mampanyin de onye na mum aye brano wo kakai no nti eno na meye over time enti mesre wa na wa check se no ama no ai wo mo lunch box e be ya no ato ya na ma no do so anya twe ne no mama den so ba de mia ye ni ye ma no ho ne de mia ye ni pa na ma bibia timi akoso kama nya no wo mo ebi da so da ho nya no wo mo no mo ko dware Sabri ese omo sha ase no mu twitwi omo se. Wo ma nya be ye 4 years and 5 years ma omo an twitwi. Omo twitwi omo se na chesa wo kire omo de yo anu no. Jobo se du anopa na na ho ahare so ho. Wo ma nya 7 years 8 years ni ade omo atimi dware. Omo dware wi a wo mu nua nkuma ma omo nware omo. aha na ama bibia kama so na bibia koso kama no a eti ma omo sori wa kokowura na onim se kwada ba beto bie woda so ho kese kokowura ne da so da ho mami ana papa also yakaso mema ya dia no so ka bio sabri woda so da ho on request sabri se koko no hye ekobo no nsia wa boaboa ho kra wo dia ba besi kwa yanuma ye ba adwuma homaji edura ne atobi anom you know man tentem dwuma de bia odi bia bomade se obaye ne tentem kama ye wa be fo tentem o ma no so ho ye ba be hwen nsema hodo e koso me pa cho bono si amedo be copies 104.3 medical seboni de kan bebre Sarah so ena kasebo ne chini ye was solid interviews me no kasa so de sa wonte ya ne mebo amane His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Ghana man penyen wapau na soafo ni ebia san ba beka ho ye ba obo names ni nyina na de ama ho Lawyer Sami Jamfi an appointment by inti Sami Jamfi ko PMMC odo no ye acting director PMMC ebia na wonte enra enwumre ne me ye torchlight na na Sami Jamfi appointment by eti ebia se wini me de na Sami Jamfi ko PMMC as the acting director general. Baby, I to gold I defa no e ho na Sami Jamfi ko. And Pablo mi amenyoko Pablo. Youth organizer. Ministry of Youth and Development or no and yaboni ding. As a woman to turn anu ya. No ba be so afo a. E just all your minister for Youth and Development. And only a youth organizer the ma and they say a appointment there banner me one of the finest politicians. When you say more politicians be oha be Palmer Sempa because I am kind of say woka ubisa no question no question no e bopem no no to me kind of so question will be say there no pa ono kra me jutum Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim Eti NDC Mono, one of my finest politicians, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim Eka ho, and a mad DJ Brill, and a lot of finest politicians over NDC Mono. Enti Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim ye can the local government hono or no na ye de sene na so nim say nra na me ne kwabena ye te ka na ye bobo so na kwabena poka zo Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim say local government to the betimi aya de pound. I'm say kwabena yes no crow. Say na e just a local government and na so an eko. It's Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim also congratulations. Congratulations to you. Obibia was your body bia yama congratulations It's a man for so on with you. A man for on with you. Appointment in the bus idea. Now obi so any day any problem. 2,000 CVs. The last check that CVs in Makumaku 2,000. Hey. Now when you say DC is so any MMD no MMDC is no. He say horse will be a wild or now me baby am interest so e yen kokko in prior so abetifin ene asante jabbing. Okay, eburi so kan eburi ekwapem south kan. I want them interest over pa. Amanyo 7 year never sa enye we you. Enye se wote eye wo television echi ya wo hwe Barcelona for match o there eno krampo se ne yenhwe ne keke because bet ne ka ho eto wo hwe nyina na wo dwen obotom o we wini a menye ska. Okay, yeda sesa wati ma fide na dia to a neat 100.9 Friday. Abusame Bajo for you channel fa 0201162746 0201162746 and on your WhatsApp you stream live on TikTok. Me Bajo you stream live on Facebook and you need 100.9 FM. Need 100.9 FM. And as I will call a YouTube channel now when you Despite Media. After yenti in Samakodwa a chat. Okay, Kafra. Yensha Samahodo Ekoswe. Government to release feeding funds for 31 days to senior high schools. Chas. The General Secretary of the Conference of Heads of Assisted Senior High Schools, Primus Baru, says the government would by the close of Friday, that is today, January 17, release funds to feed senior high school students for 31 days only. Okay, Busian be patro de ababeto dwanie. Akyerɛkyerɛ for akendi for nkabomuko. Headmasters and headmistresses wɔ nkabomuko. Wɔn ɛwɔ secondary schools na senior high schools. Wɔn de ababeto dwa sɛ aben ya ekrado sɛ enuane na omeka say ni ho a awofo contribute ye wonim say awofo no bebre contribute yo e de to aduane e de ma wo ma no aban say odisika e kwa akoma wo no mo de feeding koda no for 31 days and na koda bia 7 cities 50 pesos 7 cities 50 pesos na has he says he can ba masa mo utilize the you because 7 cities 50 pesos no great so Inti the awomodi ababe tuja no. Inti womo say by the close of ene beko na wie ye no na aban release ska. E dia ma schools no say womo fam feed enkoda no. Free senior high school. 7 cities 50 pesos feeding fee per student not enough. Charles. Okay, Premiums Barrow, the National Secretary of the Conference of Heads of Assisted Secondary Schools, says the current feeding fee of 7 cities 50 pesos for students in senior high schools is insufficient. Bebacho said America kaino. Akoda bia 7 cities 50 pesos. What me call ye senior high schools. Na eno na secretary asen gina wo mu nyina na mu aka say 7 cities 50 pesos in this isa. Nemo mo kan say wie no say na so me ne kakra no mo gidi say aban no ebetum because I need this akra. Okay. Scrapping betting tax is a step forward. It was counterproductive, Sami Ewuku. The former Director General of National Lottery Authority, National Lottery is so I'm appointed to because who the former Director General of NLA, National Lottery Authority, a new patriotic party member of Parliament for Equiapim North, Sami Ewuku, has expressed his delight over the government decision to abolish the betting tax. Sami Ewuku said, "Ya pass a buying baby a betting tax in a free home." Because not quite say betting tax, and when you can crowd, so I got the tax in the free. It was a ya pass a buying a be free. Ashanti region, NDC begins interviews for potential MMDCs. The National Democratic Congress has commenced interview processes for applicants aspiring to serve as metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. Meba chokwa santimante ma shall say one more interview so. One more interview. Interview ni nyina ne say mo amope MMDC zedie no. One more interview. We have received over 700 petitions oral. The chairman of the Operation Recover All Loot Committee, Samuel Okudioto Ablakwa, has announced that the committee will soon present its report to President John Dramani Mahama. Etora no am say woman saka be 700 petitions. Etienche woman do report woman de be ma Omanpanyin John Dramani Mahama eti emunsem ebi enie amasacha me kwabrama fatnas ye kadi agumo ye da sida me peacefmonline.com citynewsroom.com myjournal.com check out ghana.com star fmgh any other relevant news portal. Where's I'm watching you live from Ashaman Zenu where Samuel Mensah also JM did well. If the president JDM did well, can NDC amend the constitution to allow President JDM to continue? Okay, comments out on me. Jerry, thank you for the good work that you are doing for Mother Ghana. Happy Friday to Hadia Salifa Mohammed. Richard Mens also, let's say as it is. If you hate oral, you are a thief. Okay, but what's 120 days? It's still counting. George, where then? George P.S. Hey, I say, good morning, Mark Jerry. How are you? Tell I'm fine. And we also say, Kwasi Maker. I say, I'm happy for Sammy Jenfi. I say, I'm happy for him. Okay, para, Maje.
So, bra.
Bema is a
right there.
We are going.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Kakra,
you go. Okay, come on, Nimina, young friends, some audio goes.
Abusia for the Baka time, the Mamma Tamamo Kwabe, a telegraphic ya, or the Abladi Fagomasi, or your minister designate for tourism, culture, and creative art, Nymphonia Batua. Was it 12 more ministers you? And the Asa nominate ye. O penibin water, Juna water, say. Sir Ghana bet me a Jinan and Asu be a mua. Yamfa a Greek, and sign and research Ghana bio. ATI for, and Womutia for say. Rama Tirias, I had the court Womua mine, so call for no dear so. Ya, Yansu Debia, a crabby bano, and no name economy never ye Samo, Kunia to me, and to bet to me as a cremo. Ghanaian Times yenim hanum say ANYC ana womu esiemu ha say womu ne telecos no womu so womu expand coverage no emit the Ghana for years say enya mia wodo ni nyina na womu network na ekọ enti womu nyiri womu ho ntretre mu a Mali mampeni asoma na ambassador say womre no wometia His Excellency John Dramani Mahama na nyonkofa da Ghana ne Mali ntem no yansan hyem kina ministers ya yasande wo mudi aba no aya ba 12 Ghanaian entrepreneur ana wo ka kire investors ya wa amano ne se monfa mu dwetire mrasisi oman no emu ayede aposifo ati nipa miensa wo mu tese nko mo smogri cocoa beans ade akonkofo aman so aban sa aka wonum. The Chronicle Democrat and Animha, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Yasua appointed 25 ministers, 35 and Naka, na 35 no baya wine. Yasia this year wo oyibi estate down. Ang Roberts ya tete pa womude tete womuno, and yasam ke 20. And this year na fra posifo se oyibi estate down. Ang Roberts ha wonu mu antene pa anti aposifo. Monsana mumwa wonumwe NAELP and what say womuntua obia ka wa bra nipa kro nya adwuma na womutua wonum ka nyina eyankofo a womu eye adwuma afa samia wuku and waka say MPP amanyoko maye rubber stamp opposition womu ba ba ye adwuma pa ma obi ehun say yes womu ya responsible opposition. The Inquisitor Democrat and Animha, and what else way a tabutu. A brass says I'm penning 4 way, woman subua conta. Ononyan folk and woforiata, special prosecutor, Atun Sadia Freno, Dr. Nessadison, or no the same thing, Quaquati my menu, or no subaqua bua conta, Dr. Clifford Brimer, and no subaqua bua conta, Dr. Eric Cancer. Professor Peter Tumesi, wɔn nyinaa bɛkɔ akɔbu akonta ɛwɔ special prosecutor hɔ petitions a wɔrafoɔ anya no ɛyɛ 700 wɔse nipa bɔnefoɔ bi yɛ ayɛfrɛ nom sɛ hoodlums ɛne wɔn kɔɔ a ɛyɛ touch intertech iconic property yɛ wɔtaado wɔn akɔtiri ne nyinaa to agu samia wuku ɛna wɔtufoɔ yi wɔse ɔbɛ support to betting tax no a yɛsi yɛyi ɛde afiri hɔ no afei Dr. Opuni n'asɛm no a yɛdi ɛwɔ ne seedu agongo no ɛwɔ ha na report abɛtɔ gya kyerɛ sɛ fertilizer na wɔn kraba na yɛ papa report wɔn de ba affairs no na yɛ tebutu Ghanaian public anim ha yɛsi ministerial nominee bi o ɛne yɛate no wei adaya yɛsi katasese ne proye ne dream bi pa a wakɔ akɔdie no ɛnyɛ asɛm ketewa ɛyɛ Bryce Simmons ɛne wɔka asɛm yi ministers na ebi abɛka ho esi a 25 ministers yo na wɔn nsa ka bi ɔde wɔn fɔni abɛtoa ɔnabo Erikopoku ɔno yɛ agrek ɔnabo Ahmed Ibrahim ɔno kɔ local government ɔnabo Haruna Idrisu ɔno kɔ education saa nkɔfoɔ nyinaa wɔn mu anya wɔtɛfa Elizabeth Ofosu Ajare ɔno nso mfɔni ɛda ha afei MPP Amanyɔkuo minority leader yɛfrɛ no Honorable Alexander Kwame Afanyamake ne mfɔni dada ha deɛ bata asɛm no ɛne wɔn no ɔkaeɛ wɔse yɛto nsa frɛ wɔ bibia wɔyɛ abadada mu nipa a woyɛ adwuma a ɔrafoɔ to nsa frɛ wɔ a mɛnkɔ yɛde sobuo bi bɔ NAELP wɔn kyɛ sɛ nyɛ nokorɛ wɔn ntua akatua ɛmfa ma nsamanfoɔ biara na the new crusading guide anim ha yɛsɛ senate adwumayɛfoɔ ɛne wɔn srɛ His Excellency John Dramani Mahama sɛ wɔn mfa owura bi a yɛfrɛ ne sɛ Noel Ado ɛnsanfa no mmra senate sansa papa no wɔbɔ adwuma ɛna kwan fa so eyi no nso na nyɛ kwan pa afei His Excellency John Dramani Mahama wɔse ne cabinet no ɛnkyɛ ɛba take shape Haruna Idrisu Minister of Education Erikopoku Agriculture Abusia bɛkɔ peace 104.3 FM so ɛna yɛ dafia da bota yɛ magtere wɔ saa adwumagyina konya yɛ wɔn nsɛm pii ɛma mo anɔpɛ yi
abo nonsia aha yɛ peace 104.3 FM okay 101.5 okay 101.7 neat 100.9 yɛwɔ ship house wabɛka junction akra hello 101.5 wedum kumase my ma mema mu nyinaa chi ebradu so men yi ane amono ne nsɛm a yɛaboa no yɛde so mo sɛ Peace FM anopa nonsia kase every Peace FM so nkra hasa no enam radio station se bro ha aduonum so Ghana ne amono ne live for hot digital radio so London Unity Radio Worcester Massachusetts Kaseboi live for Peace 104.3 FM and a Peace FM online or Facebook YouTube Despite Media TikTok Talk Live TV and someone made Brahman no pay B and say Omampani John Dramani Mahama ene manswafo ya wo mali ehia amamantam kita hudie mu ayonko fentia wabo samijan fidin se wonhwe kire se opani a woda PMMC ano na wono anso ene de adwumaso a ene se wonko cheche Ghana Gold Board ahye nensa kane MPP amanyoko titani wo atoemantamu esre se party no hwehwemu no a woye de apentwo no mu di ye no entinsi form sade wom dodo no a ebenya mu kwan akire won adwen wasre aban se sika ye de bon mesua ho bra no wontum onfa bi nka de nka hyehyemu ewo hodada ye didi dwuma no ho ye ko amonone ensemu a nano ena amansan yapomuden kubatan World Health Organization beka say yare a watudi Marburg eyiniti ewo Tanzania ene Tanzania ban say moboa yanyare yare bie ni ha eti moso afrafra monfema ensem bi ka we no ho nam de be som mo say peace anopa nonsia kase emu aseda JA Bani Nadaroma ahonidie gina yie wa fiafie mu. JA Bine the Bine stain remover ne new Bine 20 disinfectant naba. Bine stain remover no efi ne nkekawa de wo sink mu e bine ho form ho babia eyi ne kama. And a new Bine 20 disinfectant so mo amoa ya dompe ni omumu nso wo mo ha adwen pii. Etu omo so sam befia ho ne die ne gina yie e basa. Ye de apomde panet na fie e was stores akese ne nketom e ba so galon ye won nketwa kokosi akese mu wo call Melcom China Mall Shoprite Game Dream Bell My 11 ene ade a obenya bim 0243 104883 0243 104883 and 0541 80 80 96 Kivo hot pepper boko show Moko sampa pa baga na dwa so se de yen haye ho mre ntempenten kwa na ebubu mokoti akwa akotwi de ye kwa hata am na dwan ansa ne ayam ne nyina ya abakosam efrise Kivo Adaroma oma ye Kivo hot pepper moko sampa pa bia de de moko ye bia wo ye noodles wo ye shito spaghetti fry enkwan afiafiem choba ye won sizes ahodo ntipe bi Kivo ehhehye enso ede Midima for Herbal Center no pay was a menchia na menka chro manfo nyina se wode apomde ato mo pokwa ase mayira etu pa wo usisi waposo anase stroke ahwehwe no na ono na nkrofo san mrane Dr. Time da so obebo mo apomde agina yie 0244 774282 0244 774282 and a 0500 727215 Yeah, what this way chocolate drink. Cocoa son faso kain. Anopay, dio hia kahwa. Enin sushi. Enwada Roma, majedra. Medika sibui eba. Midin. Nana ya kunedu. Afrika sebonu munsemni. Omampani John Dramani Mahama ene mansofo Prime Minister ya wawo Mali eshia. Na amamai mienu ntam kitahudie hyemu a na womo eyeye na hyemu no mu no na wo kyerem de akyere Mali Ghana fam di obetimi aye de aboa na enkabomu ne odo empuntuo ene nyampa etimi aya amamai mienu ni nyina de na biaso ebibiman nyina so na ebibiman kabomu de efre no African Unity no egina brane no ono so omampani ebeye amano ayefe Wone sentrefo kasa ye wone Mali panin hyemu echi ena wo kyerem sem wo kasa ye de fenei nipa bonfo ye a etu abibiman so satitu Sahel fam honom wo se fitete na no nyina na menase pon kakra bi wa amaman entem e wo sapom ho de nanso se de eye akyerɛ hyem eye agye ono kwadodo eno nti ehia sa amaman te ye ho asese ye wo tamfo baako tamfo no ye ohia tamfo no ye nipa bonfo ya etu amaman so sa tamfo no eye mpuntuo ya ato ape na ye nyina ye kabom sa amaman eboa ema sa mpuntuo no etimi eba wose so hwe sade amaman tamu menase pono mu asie pinansen no a enye ne papam eti abokwan to ho ema bonifo timi boni tokro ewo amaman ne ntamu a wode bedie bibiman boni nti ena wode saa ensusue ema.
We are happy to have received a delegation from the sister republic of Mali, high-powered, led by the Prime Minister himself of Mali, with a special message from his president. It's been a useful discussion. We received the message with happiness and joy as a sister republic to Mali. We acknowledge the relationship that exists between us and the union that existed not only between Ghana and Mali but also Guinea, the relationships that we have and how we must work closer together. We note what is happening in the geopolitics of our sub-region and the unfortunate situation that is unfolding in the Sahel. It is not anything that is new, but in Ghana we have a proverb that if your neighbor's house is on fire, you must assist him to quench it. Otherwise, it will, when it finishes burning down his house, it will spread to yours.
Na enwechi omampeni John Dramani Mahama echiremu se de ne hihye mu no ogun kitahudie so enti Malifo abei ne woka ne nsusue e bi ne se Ghana, Mali, Burkina Faso ene Niger amamai beka won ho abomu sa man nan a wo mu gina fapem eso na wode beboa won ho a wo hwe kwan se nya so mo ti om ho afirakuaku anasa amamai ka bomu dada no mu na emom wo so so chekire won de e de aboa sa aman enan yi wo mabra bone wo mu mpuntuo.
And so our security is a common objective, and we must work with each other to make sure that our sub-region is safe. We have noted the sovereign decisions of not only Mali but Burkina Faso and Niger to form a separate confederation. But despite that, God put us together in this sub-region for a purpose. And so we continue to intermarry, we continue to trade, we continue to have relationships that go beyond our individual countries. And so we must recognize those. And despite the temporary setback that we're facing, we must continue to keep our relationships strong. And I believe that eventually we'll be able to integrate ourselves again as one body.
Omampeni John Dramani Mahama ne na woti ye sentweni a woto nkrefra bankasiem Salamat Kukua Pencil ene de ensem yi ebaye na bankasiem won mo ankita hodie atena ye no opani a wo hwe kire Felix Kwachi ofusu e de krata piedwa enura onwunu bremu a kire nipa omampeni John Dramani Mahama di bra hodo ama won ene ho asodie ya ebata ho no ebim emu bi aye omampeni John Dramani Mahama abo owura Same Jemfi edinsem omra mehwe kire se managing director our Precious Minerals Marketing Company, the Eternity friend PMMC. Na said the bre our day amanono, watch them one the crata our day tron saffron so may adjuman muse. War barber share abwa amayati Ghana Gold Board, and now Gold Board. Ye no a ye NDC equone airborne toa a fear chair mwabatumu, ne woman manifesto no crans womo can say. Damas or bar by moi, Gold Board ebeba. Na sa Gold Board no ebehye sikasem aseye Ministry of Finance ase adwuma ene sem ebeboa ama ye gold adwadie ne ani adane ho adwemfa yetimi atutu ne yie pa Gold Board e ka omampani John Dramani Mahama ne nsusu ya hodo no a osu se betimi aboa na Kenya o man ne sikasem mu ama ye yie die etimi agina brane ho wo sei Gold Board no womo ba behwe se ebekrakra gold no ebebo ho bra yie na ye besa nso adi mu dwa na de mfaso aba adwuma ne fa bi enso so ne se womo a womo tu ska akọ bodwa kwan mu ananso womo de womo ho no mo ye company akese de from small scale miners no womo so womo betimi ama womo achigina ama wani swade hunu ne adwuma no womo ye no waye ne kwampa so na waye ne yi amemfaso papa asanso aba emu ede ama yen owura Same Jemfi na brabo mu ankasa oyobi a wasua mra enti obroni bekasa oye lawyer ntubo ne din kra o de esqua esoso afei oyobi a wasanso enim sikasem emu adwemfa ne mu pensempensemu obroni say economic policy analysis eno so onim no wasua de wakuta Bachelor of Science or Environmental Science mu afei Bachelor of Law e Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology and Barrister at Law Ghana School of Law osekuta MA Economic Policy Management University of Ghana na Harvard Kennedy School so oye alumnus ewo honum okuta executive certificate ahodo ewo Emerging Leaders and Strategic Leadership Program emu na enum hobi oye adwuma ma Extant Cubic Group Limited mining adwumakuo ya omanfo atenka na wo munim afei the normal for the name a National Communication Officer, National Democratic Congress, or no, and you nipa, Omampeni John Dramani Mahama Bonidin, at the PMMC, Ashan Assassin Prem, on Concoshire Chido, Nanya no pep, or Sandia Sudia Cassia Atono so say, one conquer Jumani and Church Ghana Gold Board, Felix Kwachi Ofusu, and a day Nisa, a share sa Asemi Ase. Atoye mantemu domfrefo nenum ho na wosom ewo MPP ko no mu tie beka se former Western Regional Organizer Alhaji Abdul Ganiyu Mohammed omo sanrane bulldozer wodi ato party achitafo ene MPP fo ni nyina nim se obia mie ne pnoma Professor Michael Kwe committee no a ebe hwede enti omudi ntwopoto e wona no aba yeto ye no emu woni PC so kasa no say e wo musa party ni tutu ana mo ni bi de nenso de ne tumbim no aka akire omanfo se titru MPP fo no se bedwako ne du aboboa no a de wadwen ya wo de wonim de ususu sabeboa de ususu se ye wo haw ne bia no papa mu ka na so mo ehwe asem ne free efom twan a wo matimi ahunu ne neduagu bre na wo matimi afa ho adwene yie na wo matutu anamoniam ebesa aboa ma party no etimi agina ne nanso eyie na wasan akọ abatu makọ nkonimdie
onye ni ndini ye na anya aso ye prepare ye ho enim da ye party na to committee double committee no oye makoko committee Professor makoko committee no walk around na waje party for ye na adwen na de ye wi a ye baka ye ho abom ya ye adwumasan na ye ne seat biara wa kwatwe no ye tumi akwaje ababak bio nti MPP de ya ready papa ye de renua ye rehwere John Mama aza oriye na ayan yafa na futu efrim na yarba back strongly na yaba abaje regional na yenem puntu dwuma bia no ya continue na Ghana man afa no to mapefra
enwachi Abdul Ganiyu Mohammed Alhaji eto aso de kire se omudo omani di omampani John Dramani Mahama memu no achi na so hwa to emantamu a MPP se kodi ntwopoto no ahyebedwamu akonwa edu enso no mienu pe na omunya yenti edunum ena ye NDC fodia na baabia edimbobo ni dibre ye chese de esi kronom wo musu se atoyama ntemfo eye NDC fo omehu se omampani John Dramani Mohammed wo nhwambo enti eno so omusu begina na omodi afa adwen
ye hunde Uraja Mama re appointment kra na bi tot appointment ya re aso ye team and yellow see election we know that to come back strongly and see it as a ore na yakwa hu there Ramama and Shannon cabinet all set no Western region ni biari niwa obebim na damsa na ne region in dini because out of 17 when you're 15 no I'm not also man because on yenye yenchafa resources are all many munina natural resources like that all many munina no fando donara over 60% of the Western region na say area appointment akwa cabinet na go take decision and for Western region ninka ho no onye ni dini
Kane mantamudom frefo ema New Patriotic Party Alhaji Abdul Ganiyu Mohammed yasanrani bulldozer ne na oti yensentreni apiadankwa na ede amaneboyi ebaye Executive Director da Africa Education Watch anu Yoru Akufia Sarwo de adesrede eto omampani John Dramani Mahama bayanim se sabre ya wabon munyamfo Haruna Idrisu din so meye oman nwomesua so afoi wosre na ni die mu a sa kade ebeboa ama nwomesua atena yetimi agina brane no eya wonfa endom no na wakasa dia fa sikasem titru budget a ye de bema nwomesua atena ye ne se ama memu nwomesua susu dua se ye fa de UNESCO ahihye no a wosenka ne papa mu am oman bia se ko de bobra no hanche mu edu enum kokosi aduo no die wo momoden famwa nwomesua e wone nkrabata hodo ni nyina na no so ene wagina de adestradie to mampani anim sem nipa wabo ne din no wodase ene nso no wosre sa akande no yemfem pi ne so na wontimi mefa nwomesua ho adwene yie e mo ho bra yie entoto ho ne ma yie na aboa amankan kro no a ye hwe kwan se nwomesua de bedom yen no yensa etimi aka eye peace of amanopa no nsia kasebo ye homeso agye aboafo nkrato madaroma ye ba Tanzania say meye moyare Emma Wong. An alternative medical hospital been a Black History and a war America, China, Africa, and Ghana and Penifua Bonabaso say, or fire real man for Tiapopa.
Amin Scientific Hospital. I had a sabia, or one Fidian was so, Yawudaswa, and Fidian Chiro Yadi, Nanua Sanso Sao Yadi.
Amin, a expert of one Croyaria, one run when nam. Now, what Dr. Fonia Nurse Fonso, or what's a man?
Amin Scientific at the Herba, Homeopathy, Naturopathy, and Reflexology, na Sayadi.
So, one I will pay, and I are to same pa, Yamia Dumunti, Yaria expert, Amen scientific ebeboama inshallah ohwato na wonso di adanse se de Ghana for ne abrochefo bi di adanse no
Accra Almin Scientific ewo dome Obersnet Flats and Alashibinso our Klagon Eben Shaman Road under bridge ope
owo krabata p frɛ no chiro de ben wo 0245275254 ana 020-722-9505 Amen Scientific Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital
Allow Shafi nyamene yaresafo
so wakoma ho hyehyew ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a e de na se wo ye na se wo yam so atim so e
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt techira kwan entem ehwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba kwa no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonu mu a ho beto nemum edi na anu na ho nto wo a ko hu doctor
Amanfo the amoka chere Freddy's Corner home appliances ho no
or the aba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center
home appliances a eye papa bia ebi wo ho
brands ben Media Samsung Kaiwell TCL
TV air conditioner freezers fridges water dispensers any de kekeka ho ne ubenya good warranty dia ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances kokomemle
CCTV a eboama monitor of properties any business at anywhere in the world
CCTV any da ho e wo detector clear pictures Wi-Fi connector ultimate connector ma wo phone na monitor baby a wo wiase bia
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances abeka Freddy's Corner edwosu ahodo a oton phones ene ehun accessories no ho
0544959195 ana 0207937323 ana so brakokomemle satellite in chehwa na ye can discount ene achadia obetiasie
Freddy's Corner
home of authentic home appliances phones and its accessories.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
Madam Wase, afei amononin semni. Na no bnade twemu na mansan pomudin kubatan World Health Organization bo amane se. Yariwo a wato di Marburg ne nsaso te se Ebola eyi ne ti e wo Tanzania. Na Tanzania fo mantam ba ko ne Kagera region ho. Ena yare no asie enipa enkron ena enya yare ni bi na emu enwotwe empodie wo mo afemu ewu ebra World Health Organization dia amane betu dwawie ye na anya Tanzania denti enra wo mo so ababonti am wo mapomuden sofo Jenista Magama aba bechem senya nokre enipa ya World Health Organization e kan wo mo so akwa so ma hwe wo akwa ye test na wo akwa ye test no enya ma bag bia enekum wo mo ena nya mabeg bia na yi ti e wo honom enu nti wo gitum a enye yi ebra mansa pomudin kubatan World Health Organization be ka say mabeg yare no eyi ti e wo Tanzania wo mu ekro ba ko ye wo Kagera region honom wo mo kan de to so se ba bia yare na yi tititiru no e ho akwa mantam a eye hye ede ema Tanzania ne amamanya etwa won ho ahia enti akobasa enipa di ahemfrenti anhwa na yare ne tre aba be ye ohawo we say any asamwa World Health Organization ede etu dwa a anye Tanzania damo mususu makoyo muhwehwe mu kra ede omama ne betu dwa se mabeg yare bia emaye na nchaye yare na ewo Rwanda nchaye ena ye pai se afedie adwokra ewo Rwanda man no mu se de esima no homre so no matimi adum huja ama bibia akwa yie ene se anche kura e kan se pie Tanzania omo so se bibia sensiye mabeg yare na yete se Ebola na eye yare a sabe enipa ebeche wo mo no saudi nipa wo ha eto onum na se yare ni biya wo mo a emu aduwotwe 88 de wo mo nyomu ti enidim eti yare bia se ba yare wuo enti de ayem hyehye eba mene wo kasa se yeyi yenhye danie duro bia e kasa duro we de ye de bo nipa na odi ahwen ne ho de afri mabeg yare ne ho ye ni vaccine bia a ye de ebo ho bra kase ebo no asi ensema me de ba ye bi ene se omampani John Dramani Mahama de atudwa se Ghana ne Mali bekoso enya yonkofa na Sahel hem so sadia tutrafo bi amemema won homene sunti ehia sa man na Ghana Mali Burkina Faso ene Nigeria ka won ho bom na omofo mo ho adwene bambonsem enti wabolo ya sameje mfidin so nkoye acting MDP MMC ene odi adwuma sa hye ne sase Ghana Gold Board wonhwe na wonkoda nom. Owura Kofi Asare, Executive Director, Africa Education Watch, and a was star buying sika yede ebo enwumesu ho bra no. Oma emu MP. Midin Nana ya Kunedu. Media Sidama JA Buying Company Limited or the buying stain remover and new buying 20 disinfectants na dom ye. Emefia huni di FSC ni jina brand name. I was told Sakesia na Kitumu Melcom China Mall Shoprite Game Dreambell My 11 any antivero ho or Mimi area ho benye bi ato 0243104883 0243104883 and 0541808096 Kivo hot pepper moko show moko sam pepper bia baga na dwaso Kivo hot pepper enonom ye de aduane bia wo ye noodles spaghetti shito fry wo ye nkwan chop by fiefie mu eye Kivo hot pepper ehhehye enso ede Midimafo Herbal Center de asem de atoye midimafo ese ordinary rehwe na be piepo kwa asem ayerenti wo pawo sisia de bi waposo ana stroke ahwehwe no ona nkrofo sanbrane Dr. Time da so be ye good pa 0244774282 0244774282 and 0500727215 me what this way chocolate drink Koko so fa so kan anopei de onu fiefo nya eka ho a eni suhie medamo nyina se emammo eniti
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Udan kwanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura de aka ho. Uhwe de wapi ho. Ukasa batete. Eda fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Kra cha be pe baba ware.
Asew.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink. Ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye be hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom milk wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mu agye atum se eye
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
from historical times, from the period of our First Republic, our President, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and his relationship with the former President of Mali, Modibo Keita, and the union that existed not only between Ghana and Mali, but also Guinea, and which was called the Ghana-Guinea-Mali Union. We acknowledge that a lot of the things that our former presidents were working to achieve are some of the reactions that we're getting in our present day in respect of our not having been able to achieve African unity, because we foretold that if we did not close our ranks and become even more united than we are, we would face some backlash in terms of the divisions between our country. But we live in the present day and we recognize the relationships that we have and how we must work closer together. We know what is happening in the geopolitics of our sub-region and the unfortunate situation that is unfolding in the Sahel. It is not anything that is new, but it continues to become more grave than it was in the past. And I'm talking about the issue of insurgency and terrorism. And as I told Mr. Prime Minister, in Ghana we have a proverb that if your neighbor's house is on fire, you must assist him to quench it. Otherwise, it will, when it finishes burning down his house, it will spread to yours. And so our security is a common objective, and we must work with each other to make sure that our sub-region is safe. We have noted the sobering decisions of not only Mali but Burkina Faso and Niger to form a separate confederation. But despite that, God put us together in this sub-region for a purpose. And so we continue to intermarry, we continue to trade, we continue to have relationships that go beyond our individual countries. And so we must recognize those. And despite the temporary setback that we're facing, we must continue to keep our relationships strong. And I believe that eventually we'll be able to integrate ourselves again as one body. And so Ghana continues to remain neighbor and strong, in strong solidarity with Mali. There's a significant Malian population that has lived in Ghana for many centuries, and we continue to make sure that that community is safe and contributing its quota to the economic progress of Ghana.
Ghana voted, and the results of the election is not reflective of the votes of President Mahama. Because with that same vote, Mahama lost in 2016. That same vote. In fact, in real numbers, even he decreased his number because we have added nearly 700,000 people to the register of 2016 or more. So you have to analyze it differently. Nevertheless, MPP lost. We lost both parliamentary and presidential. I can tell you, Mario, that this loss has got nothing to do with economic mismanagement.
Who should we blame if we're looking for someone to blame?
Okay, we get in there. If you do the diagnosis, it's got every country in the world, when people have lost elections based on economic mismanagement, they go in droves to vote for the other party.
Or abstain?
No. I'll tell you the reason for abstinence. Everywhere citizens move in droves to support the opposition, number one reason is economic. In Ghana, I'll give you an example. In the US, Donald Trump lost election. Even when he won the first time, he lost the popular vote. He won the Electoral College. This time round when he won hugely on the popular vote at the Electoral College. And the number one reason, the base American will tell you, they saw grocery prices going through the roof.
Economy.
America, it was economy. In Ghana, people voted or did not vote. MPP people sat there with a loose term that people understand, voter apathy. Voter apathy affected both parties, but affected MPP even more. And voter apathy, when you analyze it, and, my party has sent the team around, as negotiated the team. They'll come up with only one answer.
Which is?
Governance issues.
This current government?
Governance issues.
Explain that, please.
See, when people in your party are fed up with the way you are governing, they decide not to go to flock to the opposition, but they don't even want to turn up to vote. So if you've cared to listen, everywhere you go, sometimes in some places, people were even at the police station who were saying they're not going to vote. It has never happened in this country. MPs were begging people who they knew. They said, no, they're not going to vote. That is not about economic resilience. That's about a deep-seated problem the party hasn't addressed. And that is a
party or
government
government?
issue.
So is it a party problem?
There's a party that begets the government. Or
yeah.
True or
but
false?
But there's someone who runs it, correct? But
true or false?
Yes,
and when a party begets a government, right, the leadership of the party goes to the government.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And I'm telling you, it's a governance issue. If it's a governance issue, it means it's a government, right?
How come you didn't notice this? Or you noticed by you?
Who says people didn't notice it?
Why didn't you fix it before election?
Who says we could fix it? You see, you can't.
You're going for the iceberg. You couldn't steer yourself away.
No, you can't imagine yourself to be a master of everything at every time. There are certain events that you may not be able to do anything about it, and it will hit you all over the world. It is not MPP that has suffered a crash. Look, in 1992 we had zero representation in Parliament. The country and the parties learned, because in 1992 the presidential election and the parliamentary election were 2 different dates. So when one party lost, they wrote the stolen verdict, and they decided that they were going to boycott Parliament. It was a party decision, right? Yep. Subsequently, that same party met and said that we should never have boycotted. It was better for us to go with a few seats that we would have won than to boycott. So the party changed, the country changed, and decided to fix both elections one day so that the snowball effect doesn't happen. And the snowball effect happened again in 2008, true or false? So you don't want people to do things because of a snowball effect. You want people to do things analyzing the situation around. But I can tell you, I was the vice presidential running candidate for my party. My party lost the election. I've stood on the chamber of the floor and said, so we only can apologize to our supporters and Ghanaians and sit down, do our homework well, and come back. Because it will not be the first time the party has come back.
This is a verdict on Akufo-Addo. You agree that this election was not about you and Bawumia, but rather how Akufo-Addo has governed the party?
In 2008, when we lost, they said it was a verdict on Akufo.
Did you agree?
Whether I agreed or not, it's not what people say. It's the people's opinion.
Do you agree now?
I'm just telling you. You are trying to say it's the verdict of Akufo-Addo. Every time, you just, even in asking the question, you said, when John Mahama lost in 2016, people said it was John Mahama's fault.
I didn't say that. I said the argument was about whether it was a jockey. No, I said it was whether. No, I said it was whether the jockey or the horse.
This has no difference.
No, I said it was whether the
jockey. Who was the jockey?
Jockey or horse. I gave you two options.
Who was the jockey?
It came from a committee.
Who was the jockey?
Jockey was the rider. Okay. And then the horse.
rider was who?
Mahama.
Okay.
So this time around, who?
Even at 2016, questioned whether the loss was because of Mahama or NDC as a party. Nevertheless, they lost. And that's why I'm saying that no matter who you blame, the party has lost.
But you haven't brought the Ashanti votes, though. Finally, that's my last question. They said you were going to bring Ashanti votes.
I hope you never ask that question again, because it might provoke somebody to insult you. The whole country didn't vote. We lost 2.1 million votes. Can it be formally Ashanti? When I hear somebody say that, I feel really that I have to insult the person. That Ashanti didn't bring a vote. What does that mean? Did Volta region bring a vote? They go and check NDC votes in 2016 and 2024, or 2020 and 2024, and look at the votes. Even in Greater Accra, John Mahama lost votes, 5% votes compared to the last elections. So we should not get on that. That doesn't make sense, insulting tribes and people. Because if you disagree, that people will say, oh, NDC is not helping the Voltarians. It's a slippery slope we are setting up this country. In fact, in Ashanti, 65% of the people turn up to vote. 65% of the people on the register.
Which is higher than the 60% of the general turnout.
Yes.
The turnout was actually quite high.
The Ashanti region turnout was far. There were probably only 4 or 5 other regions that turned up higher than Ashanti. When you rate the 16 regions, probably the worst region of voter turnout was Volta region of Greater Accra. 46% or something. So please, let us not tribalize things like that.
The reason I asked that,
let us not tribalize things like that. And to say, did Baumia, the North, not bring the Northern votes?
Did he?
I'm asking you. So you can't ask a question that doesn't make sense, in the sense that the whole country, the votes didn't come. MPP lost.
Doc, respectfully,
2020,
Doc.
MPP got 6.7 million votes. And in 2024, MPP dropped their vote to 4.5. That is shared around the whole country. That 2.1 million loss is shared around the whole country. Ashanti region being probably at that time the most populous region for vote. But people also should understand that for a long time, the highest region for NDC vote has always been Ashanti region, the whole country.
And that's why many said. That's why many said we've done the analysis.
Don't generalize the same. Do you believe that
Doc,
that the NDC's highest vote is always in Ashanti region?
Doc, the NDC's highest votes.
Omaru,
Doc,
Sanda.
my question to you
You brought
is,
something that I'm asking a question.
You
said you do the data. You just told people that you do the data.
I am saying to you that, Doc.
I'm saying that
the reason
NDC's highest, single highest regional vote. If NDC says they have a World Bank, right? The vote of the NDC World Bank is in Ashanti.
No problem. The reason I asked the question I asked was, you see, when you were nominated, people say, oh, you're from Menshia. It's very significant, and I'm using Menshia importantly here. They even said your lineage to Nana Prempeh.
I never heard all that.
Okay, maybe if it's not true, then that's fine, but that's what I heard. And
my lineage is true.
Yes.
But these arguments you are making, if a fringe makes an argument, it doesn't mean the general.
So they say you're going to harvest the votes.
Give me one name.
A lot of the party supporters said
it's not true.
The reason they chose you.
The party supporters, or Baumia didn't choose me because I was Ashanti. Have you asked Dr. Baumia?
No, I haven't.
So how do you then go to somebody who has the exclusive reason for choosing their candidate and then say that some people you met at the roadside are saying they chose Napo because of Ashanti? That is, again, tribalizing elections in this country.
Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
That's Honorable Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. Well, he's out.
Jamo kwa be de bagana Montie so we need 100.9. Beba cho and Friday, 17th January the year 2025. And we give thanks to the Almighty God for such a wonderful moment that He has granted us. Very, very, very beautiful one indeed. We are highly protective, and God is in control. We are all coming together to streamline the activities to enhance the developmental agenda of this country. Yeah, Kabomo. Yeah, man, Penyan, and John Dramani Mahama, and the castle when the bread didn't see idea so. Or says, yeah, Ghana, and Ghana, no, and you're no JDMO. Ghana, no, a ye me, wo, and no. One hour, ya Ghana, no, men are me, ya Ghana, no, Sasame to Makoma Super. Me patron me bo Oman Penyon John Dramani Mahama Ebra Oshia ye Malian Prime Minister. And at the same time me bo the running mate of New Patriotic Party, Dr. Matopoko Prempe, MPP and Kugu Omudi no. And some are the two John. Edify MPP in Kugu no ho. Mesa bobiem na we pay attention na we tie ni nsem no kan yie pa o. Ye ka say various appointments na ekoso. It is a wofa daily post and now the also President Mahama nominates 9 more for ministerial positions. Enti eye aswa for no nyina din wa ha. Eye Honorable Kwame Governors Agboja, Minister Designate for Roads and Highways. Honorable Eriko Poku, Minister Designate for Food and Agriculture. And Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Minister Designate for Education. And Honorable Elizabeth Ofuswe Jare, MP, Minister Designate for Trade, Agri-Business and Industry. Honorable Agnes Na Momolate, Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection. Yawa Abela Jiva Gomashi, Ministry for Tourism Designate, Minister for Tourism Designate. Emilia Asa, Minister Designate for Fisheries and Agriculture. And Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. My own, Giorgio Pareado, Minister Designate for Youth Development and Empowerment. Likelihood, Mama Yarika Babe, the majority leader. Lawyer Sami Jemfi, ya appointed the acting managing director, the PMMC. And the appointments in the Abapa. MMDC is in the Ashanti region. Emzo take the first bite. One more year, one more vetting. There be one more interview when you're vetting. One more interview. What do I do in Chairman Fan 0201162746? 0201162746. Chair at you for me born number beyond number way. When somebody any man did you man, I told you a some moment you Yamamu no man ever more. You are part of the show. Chair number way a UK number. UK number 0044 73. Montie number ni yo 0044. Mo UK no. Mutie Nit FM. Mo hwe ye Facebook, YouTube ni ade no. 0044 ana +44 73 89 11 50 42. Be bon number ni bi mo. Be bon number ni bi. +44 73 89 11 50 42. Ne Gmail address a ejima yen. The dini ye Nana Mensa 434 @gmail.com. Nana Mensa 434 @gmail.com. Number we am boy won. Asemo. Asemo. What the meka di enti am bo number no. Meka na me di akire mo. Ana meka ni sisi a on. Me say atama branch na free di me ne kwabena manfo no pay sisi e on. Beni abre na me sha aye me we no. Hey. Na offer no on say about your meeting in Nigeria kasa akra. I'm so me pacho Nigeria na wo so e. Erade nyagopo. Atama we di me ne kwabra manfo no. Eh, nipa no ya za. Hey. Eh, there be me wo be ma na no ya za da wo. Ewurade nyankopon. Gwamama wo betie. Number near UK number minimum so to UK who anazo to Ghana. Where the minya so to UK. No be to UK and Canada be no beka sa. Menya sure. Agwane dia tam papa. Anobe. Oh, Debbie. But one many aje. Hey. Okay, offer the inside of Ubokrata. Ada Songo Lagoon Saga. Concerned citizens demand IMC investigations into recent killings. And then was the front page of the inside. That is the big one. I feel when you pick the new center, the big one on the front page, I'll say 200,000 Ghana cedis, 250 packets of roofing sheets from Dr. Baumia to Cantonment market fire victims. We know the big one. It was the front page of the new center. Now the Ghanaian publisher, Ministerial nominee caught in international fraud. Bright Simons reveals. Daily Dispatch. The big one on the front page, Mohammed's new ministers. And then what a Daily Dispatch and him. Now, New Weekend Crusading Guide, I say bring back Noel Addo to Senate. And workers appeal to President Mahama. Bring back Noel Addo to Senate. That is the big one on the front page of the New Weekend Crusading Guide. When you pick the Chronicle, Mahama appoints 25 ministers, 35 more to go. Yes, that's the front page of the Chronicle. Now the Ghanaian Times expand coverage to meet growing demands. ANYC to telcos. I say, yeah, telecom industry, I say, you're too competitive. And I go around. Dadana, I say, telcos competitive. Into Dadana, into the Ompebia, no more there. Okay, the Inquisitor, I say, time for accountability. Ken, others under OSP scrutiny over corruption and corruption-related offenses. Others, no sooner why you. 1950 paper, Daily Graphic. Right, the front page of the Daily Graphic. Also, use agric to reset economy. Professor Buckman advocate at Graphic Business Spaces Forum. Prof, we are not in the end. Buckpen. They didn't buck penny of the pa. Brian Fodger, 0201162746. 0201162746. Okay, you call Yaba. Maybe I there on the former running mate na. Okay. Running mate at the MPP 2024 elections. Dr. Matopoko Prempena or the same to ya. You better repeat it. Why? But that's no. I'm a such a me for Kwabine.
Yes, sir.
Kamrana. We know. We send for more. And I'm a born number.
Okay.
Number the UK number.
Okay.
+44 73 89 11 50 42. Now, WhatsApp not the friend no. Ni Gmail address no. It was here Nana Mensa. Kwamna. Akwana no ya. Anu ya papa.
Now ya hwan.
We di menu me no atamano pe ya. I don't know. And am I di offering but
like was say ya den. Say bia.
Next time no I don't want to repeat one word.
Men repeat but was say ya den.
One card cry ya yo. The aya ye no mum no or can other words.
No was say ya den.
O see ye din kwase asem ye tia na ye din kwase asem.
And I intimi be so ya day.
No any reason na.
Bia kwabena. Sa nensa kwan.
And bia why you say? But me who be man na no ya sa o. Wakasa be we.
But say the ya den is wotie yen.
Oh yeah. Why dey pa.
But yeah, I
know one me ni age no.
Yeah, son boss say. Ewurade ya adoma every Monday dey kono. Eno dey ejad dem
gidi.
If you ahomate.
Okasa for 15 minutes so.
O dey tie no. Esi every ahomate. 5:30. At the basis 6. If you 6:30 dey kono. Ejad dem.
Ejad dem. Na be ma pa na no ya za no. Ana me say yes man o man o ya. Ana we ground say the number no see UK. Who say ko ma watena abrochire na kanani abie. Some guy.
Me tia me the best.
Yeah, you be na misery. Akwanu ya do.
Oh, sanka bia no o kase o. Me ka say. Ana obi ye say. Ana da say obi frɛ no o say o. Koku anyi do ho na me say de no be ko Sudan. Yanya no mmom ayi Minister for Cemetery. Ena me say Minister for Cemetery say. Ena o so kwaku nani je
yes, yeah, baby.
Yes, I'm pass ye be manua. One no best says ye one can then young na the city. Or see I ended there, young Cassay.
Okay, young Quenim. How you need 100.9 appointments is a Baba song.
Yeah. Send Ramacan say.
Yeah, who say near Bobono? And I work Ahmed Ibrahim.
Yeah.
And now Ubo local government. Yes. And I bought a honorable Harun Edris. Or no one portfolio on the car.
There be one there, man.
But Harun away Ahmed Ibrahim there.
Ahmed Ibrahim.
It's on the local government. Government, yeah.
On also make Eric Poku.
Eric Poku, a great Canadian.
Yeah, on also.
Now, one with the fun win ye.
Yeah. And Mama Yaraga.
Education
majority leader.
Mama Yarga. But we young farmer, but my young bonum their man.
Yeah.
Oh, young bonum their man.
Sami Jemfi.
Yes, on also copy MMC. Oh, now your position at the Mapia Stadium, no, there are many powerful. Nipa could him look to chat. When you mentioned the dinogram, you was a virtual looter.
Sir, you see a Pia Stadium, Bebuan.
Okay, on a Bebuan. Okay.
Pia Stadium, the Bebuan. And to say, yeah, Quabolo to near the machines in
a piano. Okay. On a betcha.
Yeah. And on also no messy a Bebon or Beshes.
Oh, Besheso. Because on the
yeah. One no Bequaco ye. No idea could see corponos.
Okay, corponos.
No assaco, you know idea could see corponos.
Okay.
In Tibet and Sianing in a piano bay.
Okay.
No idea could see corponos.
Because Nakalutu is one of the Capia Stadium. Practically non panaco, but my Bianca and non letter. Into where I let it from my Penyaso Yaba. Appointment as acting chief executive officer of National Lottery Authority. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, has, in accordance with Article 1951 of the Constitution and Section 45(1) of the National Lotto Act 2006, Act 722, appointed you as the acting chief executive officer of the National Lottery Authority, pending receipt of the constitutionally required advice of the Board of Authority, given in consultation with the Public Services Commission. Your appointment takes effect from 15th January 2025. I take this opportunity to congratulate you formally on your appointment. Please accept the President's best wishes. As usual, Callistus Mahama, PhD, Secretary to the President. And Odiama Mohammed Abdul Salam Tamale. Callistus.
Just say, Udi and one see a trabre. Na,
there will come with one natural, now so called the Akabama president natural.
There been some president natural, not you.
No, dear man, okay.
No, Median Kamamo, how I mean, trauma. Abusia His Excellency John Dramani Mahama no office and a crate pie by was say Wabu obedience to inquire acting chief executive officer our National Lottery Authority. Hey, woman the any director general.
Director general.
Yes. Director general.
Yeah.
So chief executive officer. Or no director general. Now his
one more kind of acting chief executive officer.
Okay. Not say you would see Juana.
David, director general. Director general.
Okay.
Unse a wamrao. Unse a yamran established. It's a mran kind of director general.
Okay. Okay. Abusia for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Waya Ghana Mampeni. And waiting I am memoirs so article 195 wa cross 1 constitution ne de maaye section 45 cross 1 and a national lotto act ya 2006 at 722 and a wabo acting chief executive officer National Lottery Authority edin se wonkwe na wonkonkoshe atire se board ne gini tumu a na tase we take position no na wo ye nadwuma anesa wosesa appointment ya wode amane e take effect January day to so edunum de kro ofasa akwanye esu no amane tirinkwa appointment ya ye de amano afei somutie na mampeni sira okusa nipa na ya twere krata no ma no ya friend Muhammad Abdul Salam Tamale enwowo
that's all
Kanistos Mahama wa ya doctor ni secretary to president enanensa secretary yase
Omo fa apia stadium enya board chairman no sanka no so nya ba
the board member
okay Kwabanya Sanfa we nominations abano ebia no binte ya President Mahama nominates second batch of regional and sector ministers. The President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has submitted the names of the underlisted to Parliament through the Speaker to serve as regional and sector ministers. So, Mamebo idini program now the account. It's regional ministers. Wilbert Petty Brentum, Western North. Eduamoa Eko Penyin Ochre, Central. Joseph Nelson, Western. Into any three regional ministers of Abekam. Now the ministers of state. Kwame Gavins Agoja MP, Ministry of Roads and Highways. Eric Opoku MP, Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Agnes Na Momolate MP, Ministry of Gender and Children and Social Protection. Ablajiva Gomashi MP, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. Emiliata MP, Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture. Giorgio Pariado, Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. Haruna Idrisu MP, Ministry of Education. Ahmed Ibrahim MP, Ministry of Local Government and Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Elizabeth Ofoso-Ajare MP, Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Youngwe.
Abusia for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ana Oguswadi edini bi ebe. Na mantemu aswafo no wodi du na ba yentie kansia. En wodi miensa beka wontie aka miensa. Na miensa wodi ba ye no womudini regional ministers no. Wilbert Petty Brentum wono kwosha Western North. Eduamoa Eko Penyin Ochre. Ono so ewo Central Region in Finfrimantem. Joseph Nelson ewo Western. Afe ministers ya aswafo ankasa womu beye atuma mo man no. Kwame Govins Agboja oye emrasebeteni or Minister of Roads and Highways. Honorable Eric Opoku, Minister of Food and Agriculture. Agnes Na Momolate emrasebeteni Ononso Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection. One wakose ye die so. Abladi Fagomasi yamrasebeteni. Ononso akwansra ya mamre. Ene nyanwini ya so. Minister of Tourism, Culture, Creative Arts. Emilia Ata oyamrasebeteni onabo. Ononso Minister of Fishes and Aquaculture. Baby ana first na mevisa wa kumisini wono. Onu wakose so. George Opareado oye National Youth Organizer ma NDC Amanyoku or Minister of Youth Development and Empowerment. Honorable Haruna Idrisu ayamrasebeteni or Minister of Education. Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim ononsi abandam rasebeteni Minister of Local Government, Chieftaincy, Religious Affairs. And one ononso kwakoye adwuma. Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajare oyamrasebeteni or Minister of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. So far, etia ababetoja enie.
Okay.
More to come. Ebanswa. Yabemi etie fuaswati.
All right. My emphasis Sami Jemfi appointment, Rata. Sami Jemfi appointed acting MD of PMMC, tasked with establishing the Ghana Gold Board. President John Dramani Mahama has appointed Mr. Sami Jemfi Esquire as the acting managing director of the Precious Minerals Marketing Company, PMMC. In that role, Mr. Jemfi will be responsible for setting up the Ghana Gold Board, also known as Gold Board. One of the key promises in the National Democratic Congress NDC 2024 manifesto. The establishment of the Gold Board will be under the direction of the Minister for Finance. The Gold Board is one of the top priorities of the Mahama administration aimed at economic revitalization and shall, among other things, be responsible for the sustainable management and marketing of the country's gold resources for the benefit of the Ghanaian people. It will include formalizing the small-scale gold mining sector and providing mining support services for the industry. Mr. Sami Jemfi is a lawyer and economic policy analyst with a BSc in Environmental Science and Bachelor of Law from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. He holds a Barrister at Law certificate from the Ghana School of Law and an MA in Economic Policy Management from University of Ghana. He is also an alumnus of the Harvard Kennedy School with executive certificates in the Emerging Leaders and Strategic Leadership Programs. Mr. Sami Jemfi has previously worked with Extent Cubic Group Limited, a reputable mining company in Ghana, and is the National Communications Officer of the National Democratic Congress. To sign, Felix Pachi Ofusu, acting spokesperson to the president.
Abusafo wenso free mampeni aso na baye. Wose Abrantie Sami Jemfi nkwaya managing director ewo PMMC o setire na wono yade tumedie bi asenensa wo kwa akoye tumedie sununku bi afra ne se Ghana Gold Board. Na His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and Wabo Sami Jemfi lawyer needing so nkwaya managing director Emma Precious Minerals Marketing Company PMMC. Na said Mayor Sami Jemfi kwa akoye wono and wabesha Ghana ye Gold Board no ankasa ye weternity afreno Gold Board wase eye eni swade hunu sonko a National Democratic Congress NDC 2024 manifesto na da wo makoma so pa se wo mu de beba wo mu de ba ebekwa akose Minister of Finance ase enti wo mu na wo mu no wo mu bedi nketa ho akere wo num ne yesese wo num eye na Gold Board His Excellency John Dramani Mahama na ni suade hunu ba akopa ne se obefa sa akwanye su no wode asesa Ghana yesi kasam afei enya no nkwa na obese o obesa hwese ye gold a ewo twaso ekwan ebefa so ebekura no ene eho beba mfaso de ama wo manfo no ono no obeye afa eba no small scale mining so a eho no so obehwe ne ntoto ye so na yesa support wo mu so a etufom agudie no eno nso ono ana obehwe so. Sami Jemfi a lawyer ni osai wo bi a wabin wo economy ne ntoto ye mu panti economic policy analyst and was kuta BSc Environmental Science and Bachelor of Law efi Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Sami Jemfi aye lawyer ni ya wo certificate ya efi Ghana School of Law osai kuta MA Economic Policy Management ya efi University of Ghana. Afei wasa ko school penti wa ya alumnus ewo Harvard Kennedy School executive certificate free emerging leaders and strategic leadership program. Sami Jemfi me ne wo kase wa ye aduma ewo Eastern Cubic Group Limited ya eye mining company kase pa currently wa ye National Communication Officer ama National Democratic Congress. Na Sakrate Fereskwachi Ofusu oye acting spokesperson Emma president wono na nensa esase.
Okay.
We yanka. Harvard and ba Jerry schools were kasian me no their papa could folk over in the same.
So on Paco was a Harvard anoko.
Once you Harvard. And na any Harvard no emu do. But some means met me akobi.
Na dey na unto me. So na also on pressure. And so Harvard you bet me akopa.
Nanka me suma ba be alumni. Say well this year can school so ya alumni ya. Take pe.
Yeah, they give take. Hey, Papa go for Oxford. Yeah. Another call Oxford. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah, Oxford. Another call Oxford. Now we have it.
See, I made the too. Keep check, see the fitting shop.
What's the we are alumnus way. Keep tech. And I
see the fitting shop.
See the fitting shop.
2 pe.
Na sana also person we be so again pa.
Amen koye. One man this I say
na UCC for into a man for one year we repair my cars. Na ma no say one man for one kan.
Now me certificate me the chere we mpra we pon.
Then no so man ya dio. UCC anya one that you want na mo. Ana
no ya disco.
Disco. Disco one na chimom.
Hey, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim.
I say so a local government one.
Hey, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. So we never heard DC for.
I am never heard MMDC.
MMDC.
Bondo betima bo adwuma no.
Oh yeah.
Obebo papa.
And na expectations ya Ghana for war. Ewo mo so no edoso.
Bakwam na wo hye eye a trend na JDM appointments ya oye. Enka bibi ncho.
Me hunu say wa say ya say aboa no wo bepem a. Okonachi ansa na wotumi apem yie. Enna ya say woni o mahwie egu a enna hunu hyehyɛ. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who the good, the bad, and the ugly. Nti me hunu say ne appointment ya wode mano carefully selected. Wode ahyeye pa na wode atom. Enna nipa no nso a omu appointment no utumi hunu say onim sadie wo bia su ne ban ene ne strength etie ansana odidibre no amanipa kro because enkonkonkonkonkonkonmra no wonne yebebo ni din enkomra no wonne yebebo ni din wa ba mu pen asa ko opposition wa hu nipa eye papa wa hu omo anya papa wa hu sycophant when we hypocrite when who the assassin nipa hu wa abrabom bia no when who bi enti nipa oyi wo mo se asoafo no aye nkofo a majari se wotine tire na wo se onim wo mu ana wodi dibre no e be se wonum nsa enti na onye no bum no oya no kakra ena sa nkofo no nso aduma da wo so papa because o me relax you o be ye aduma o ba besom o be ye aduma na yese bebi a Ghana dina no enye en Ghana fo nyina nso ehunu se ampa na niama nkoyie wa mu na betumi ama niama koyie His Excellency John Dramani Mahama yama no akonya na wonsa mra reset Ghana te said ono akaye no enti mu a ono mo be reset no ma jani wo bi aniwa obenya na hongunu suo yes na muntumi mfeli yenso dabi untumi mfere ye.
Because when you fail, Ghanaians will punish you.
Yes.
Ghana from baby no matter when you fail, they will punish you.
My jelly the trust ya womunya we JD mu no. Ya ba kosem na bi nsi da. Ebi asida. Ya ba kosem mu no ebi nsi da.
So bi abaye mampenye no wakono
asaba.
Yeah, that's it.
Ya san to aba na wanya abatuo buburu ja sei. Asenya mrase beja. Buburu ja sei ebi nsi da. Etrese trust ya Ghana fuenya wo mu no eso enti asoafo no a wabobom din edi di brasa mo nsa no
omo adwuma ye
enya sereba prata o
ede ba de
die wo mu ka se
okay so wo katwi sereba nde no ano no
enya sereba prata
that's all
anase yasi ba kubi no mu kana lada se spoon bi a wode no mu tea no enso mu kana breakfast bi
and me refill
enya no bi na mo ba benya wo sisi a oman no a yetim no ye ni ahoto ya to aba ya sesa aban but still ye ni ahoto ye ho kire yen nti eduma na ye de asam nsa efiri ato forcing efiri nwan ginapo efiri nwan ena metidi se oni wo mu akasa se bia wagini ya se wo be fa sa di bre no so ade aben rete wo ho a ekwan ni wanim wo bebu akonta wote bibi nso a obetu nwa namon nti majari di bre na de access wo mu nsa no enya asam ketwa.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, high and it's 100.9. Yentu aso na yentu asema odo. Abraham ameka sa asemwe.
Yo.
One say president the niabre ayoboku.
Yes.
Well theater and the church o mako. Che. Eno ma bi koso nkwanta south. Abraham say aya na nkwanta south me amintimi hu. Say baby e hye nti o. Sensentro for dodo na say ye ni ho. Say one de ye nipa yo kwabenanto enclave no mo. Say dio ana bibiti a maintain te say enya media coverage ni ye. Wonim say me na wo ka say enkwanta south nipa num wo mawu.
Dennis.
Ye tribal your friend say conflicts ya. Tribal conflicts ya. Adele chala ena achode dada na enra amana homene so ma enipa 5 wama to anana no mo nse do akwa se boku die ne na say eno no ana ntimi nya media coverage ni nim say
megidi se omubetu ana mo akwa
ete se mpanyufo hwe pa na de kwaso nkwanta south no enye enipa ewu won kwanta south kwabna me follow one issue at the bia me yan ho adwuma wa enre ya ama hospital kura won kwanta south ho no enipa pra ama hospital no kura so won ntimi enje nipa bi asa conflict na sa ama ne ho me so wo nti yesre kwanta south kura meba kwanta south MP we free something meba let me get the name right. The ekoso on kwanta south no eya jinsemu because etesa the ekoso oboku na wo kwa ten o asasundua bo ten na enipa ewu wo mo twense kan wo mo ku wo mo ho e won kwanta south enre ya nipa 5 wo mawu entokwa ya na meme adwane to nwirem obi na obekọ na fuo ma na yesi awo yakwa bodu tu akuno obi no ne be ko ba bi a yesi akwa chi om ya biri om ya wo mo sekan aku ye ko so nkwanta south na nya to mampanyi wa be ise dia boku e de no watu na de so nkwanta south nso no ma e ko so ho pa ese ye hwe ne ka ho asem ni pe gu innocent souls and ye hwere wo a very bad aha geofreakini ono no ye MP wo ho Eti honorable Geoffrey Kini. Eti one person wey so a eja say adele chala any atwede one more conflict eti mutimi solve.
Magdalene nti nipa no ankasa nso ewo kurom wo no.
Ebe
nipa no a omu akum omu ho no. Nti omu ntena se adako enti ne hunhunu se sabi omu akum omu ho aku nti dia mfaso pa na omu nya awoso. Dia mfaso pa na omu nya awoso.
Eja say historically asase hu nsemo.
Baby ani bia duru pa na mre ya obi pe asetena pa yedie ade ama ne yire ne ma na busua na adofo de bia wo tuni so obetumi akonkan wa abrabom no. At least wo mu anso wo mu nwene kakra. Wo mu nwene kakra. Wo mu nwene kakra. De bia ni aso ankofo mu mesen kopata. De bia ni aso ankofo mu mesen kopata. Enti wo mu start kun ye kum wo mu ho no. Ede be mfa so pa na wo manya.
Edien pa.
Enemre ya wo mu tenase.
Wo mu kwa timi tenase etro wo mu sign a peace pact to. Wo mu timi ye MOU. Wo mu timi eche say ba wo kwa o na sa peja na wo mere so na nipa ewu.
Ma jari nipa na nkasa wa hu. Sa wo ho na udwene wa brabo mu aboa wo. Udwene wa brabo mu a. Entine say kwan ya obefa so a ubetumi improve life. Wasetina waduma bibia wo ye ubetumi improve na niam ye peti niam otugu a aboa wankasa.
Yeah. Okay. Yo. Yanko enim ne yantwe ensema hodo no so edi ehim abe von teta ma so. Government to release, but when you're there, peacefmonline.com, citynewsroom.com, myjoyonline.com, check out ghana.com, Star FMGH, any other relevant news portals. Government to release feeding funds for 31 days to senior high schools. Charles. The General Secretary of the Conference of Heads of Assisted Senior High Schools, Primus Baru, says the government would be by the close of Friday, January 17, release funds to feed senior high school students for 31 days. Only kaho.
For General Secretary, my Conference of Heads of Assisted Senior High School, Primus Bano, and Wakasi, was say, and abide this cabana says, Kana or de Bano. A bet to me, Abua, woman, and Quadano, Diania, secondary school for no. Ebema wonmo duania enama akuma akwadua saba 31 days. 31 days pe ene betumi assist wo munti esika no enam kwanso eba.
Okay. Free SHS 7
cities.
7 cities 50 pesos feeding fee per student not enough. Charge. Primus Barrow, the National Secretary of the Conference of Heads of Assisted Secondary Schools, says the current feeding fee of 7.7 cities 50 pesos for students in senior high schools is insufficient.
Abosiafo awura no oguso a wakasa ye kan ba akoma amono ene wasande we kan ho wose akwada ba akubia ye calculate ni sika a wodie ya wodididi a 7 cities ya 50 pesos guso no wata say 7 cities ya 50 pesos guso de ede be pa na nka akwada no wodi sika no ma no a obetumi di ato esha entimpenimfo nhemfa bi nka.
Okay. 7 cities 50 pesos. Never we. Scrapping betting tax is a step forward. It was counterproductive. Samuel Wuku, the former Director General of the National Lottery Authority and the new Patriotic Party Member of Parliament for Kwapem North, Samuel Wuku, has expressed his delight over the government decision to abolish the betting tax. When say Samuel Wuku, he says the honorable ne kan ho ba as in the no. Aye household ne what the honorable ne kan na honorable Sam. As Samuel Wuku na man is too simple. Okay. Yanko enu kwabra.
Sir, unim say initially na sa betting tax no one penny.
Yes.
Yeah. Abusiafo we honorable MP. Yeah, wodina wo new patriotic party amanyoko dim wo Ekuapem North. Samia Wuku and was expressing. Was a betting tax no a yesi ye free one no. Ya pa isan say eti se wa wo ton wa punch na wukura ni dua. Esa no anipa no a wo to no na nani aye no hani ade ewu demu anasa wo se kura wa de. Enti eye so mu ye free one mo a ebeboa ema loto aduma no akoso.
Okay. Ashanti region, NDC begins interviews for potential MMDCs. The National Democratic Congress has commenced the interview process for applicants aspiring to serve as metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives in the Ashanti region.
Abusiafo NDC amanyoko no wo asase na wo mu apese wo mu dina na yeyi wonum sa ban kratim penimfo no gusun kakra nra mantem ni bi ye wonum de enne Ashanti region ene wo ye ne de na waya akrobia waso ho ahwe ya wuti hu die sa ban kratim penidumedi obetumi adi no aya simple odi ya wonso kwe na kwaye interview ni bi na hwese wo safata sa obeya ban kratim penia no akwa akoye Asante mantem de enne ene wo mu sase.
Okay. We have received over 700 petitions oral. The chairman of the Operations Recover All Loot Committee, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, has announced that the committee will soon present its report to President John Dramani Mahama. That's all my Juma.
Abusiafo chairman ma Operation Recover All Loot oral committee ni ya Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa ana watrese report no ma gada ni nyina enti omo de bekwa akoma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say report no enie na ehwo anamontu obia no ono so atu enti report wa omanya no petitions omanya no 700 petitions ya mansan ena de bre wonum na North Tombra sebeteni ena wode asem ituja.
For yede Abel Fontaine Hamana so ne de brewe. Dubik Mahama, no need for new private sector participation in ECG. The former managing director of the Electricity Company of Ghana, Samuel Dubik Mahama, has dismissed the government proposal to privatize the power distribution company.
Abusiafo asamu ye omanfo anim sam say Electricity Company of Ghana ebinim tere so yama ankrankre emfa wodwetire mehemu bi na no na former managing director of Electricity Company of Ghana Samuel Dubik Mahama tere say enwu hia kura say ECG yama ankrankre edu wodwetire besem yama adwumekuo no nyina brane no ono ankasa nya na adwuma.
Yeah, Sadama peacefmline.com, citynewsroom.com, myjoyonline.com, checkoutghana.com, Star FMGH, any other relevant news portals. One of the boy I bear for 10 times home and see. Yeah, then some of the bro I would need 100.9. For my dear channel 5050372 1744 05037 1744 for our dear channel for Naya Chani I can Bibia Kama. Yeah, the amount would need 100.9 so. Oko aye Facebook and also bet me the comments in be on you need 100.9 FM. Need 100.9 FM. YouTube channel no on your Despite Media. Oko aye TikToker also you need 100.9 FM. Need 100.9 FM you stream live. Ewo ho. Na aye matopoko prempe. On this central forecast for the first time MPP di nkugo no. And some of the two jano bebajo mahintie.
2016, the issue was whether it was a horse that was problematic or the jockey, John Mahama being the jockey, the horse being the party. You have just suffered a defeat that has I'm not sure, been suffered in recent time by any political party. Is it Dr. Baumia who is a problem, Napo who is a problem, or the MPP that's a problem?
People of Ghana voted, and the results of the election is not reflective of the votes of President Mahama. Because with that same vote, John Mahama lost in 2016. That same vote. In fact, in real numbers, even he decreased his number because we have added nearly 700,000 people to the register of 2016 or more. So you have to analyze it differently. Nevertheless, MPP lost. We lost both parliamentary and presidential. I can tell you, Maru, that this loss has got nothing to do with economic mismanagement.
Who should we blame if we're looking for someone to blame?
I'm getting there. If you do the diagnosis, it's got every country in the world, when people have lost elections based on economic mismanagement, they go in droves to vote for the other party.
Or abstain?
No. I'll tell you the reason for abstinence. Everywhere citizens move in droves to support the opposition, number one reason is economic. In Ghana, I'll give you an example. In the US, Donald Trump lost election. Even when he won the first time, he lost the popular vote. He won the Electoral College. This time round when he won hugely on the popular vote at the Electoral College. And the number one reason, the base American will tell you, they saw grocery prices going through the roof.
Economy.
America, it was economy. In Ghana, people voted or did not vote. MPP people sat there with a loose term that people understand, voter apathy. Voter apathy affected both parties, but affected MPP even more. And voter apathy, when you analyze it, my party has sent the team around, has integrated the team. They'll come up with only one answer.
Which is?
Governance issues.
This current government?
Governance issues.
Explain that, please.
See, when people in your party are fed up with the way you are governing, they decide not to go to flock to the opposition, but they don't even want to turn up to vote. So if you've cared to listen, everywhere you go, sometimes in some places, people were even at the police station who were saying they're not going to vote. It has never happened in this country. MPs were begging people who they knew. They said, no, they're not going to vote. That is not about economic mismanagement. That's about a deep-seated problem the party hasn't addressed. And that is a government issue.
So is it a party problem?
There's a party that begets the government. Or
yeah.
True or false?
But there's someone who runs it, correct? But
true or false?
Yes,
and when a party begets a government, right, the leadership of the party goes to the government.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And I'm telling you, it's a governance issue. If it's a governance issue, it means it's a government, right?
How come you didn't notice this? Or you noticed
Who says people didn't notice it?
Why didn't you fix it before election?
Who says we could fix it? You see, you can't.
You're going for the iceberg. You couldn't steer yourself away.
No, you can't imagine yourself to be a master of everything at every time. See, there are certain events that you may not be able to do anything about it, and it will hit you all over the world. It is not MPP that has suffered a crash. Look, in 1992 we had zero representation in Parliament. The country and the parties learned, because in 1992 the presidential election and the parliamentary election were 2 different dates. So when one party lost, they wrote the stolen verdict, and they decided that they were going to boycott Parliament. It was a party decision, right? Yep. Subsequently, that same party met and said that we should never have boycotted. It was better for us to go with a few seats that we would have won than to boycott. So the party changed, the country changed, and decided to fix both elections one day so that the snowball effect doesn't happen. And the snowball effect happened again in 2008, true or false? So you don't want people to do things because of a snowball effect. You want people to do things analyzing the situation around. But I can tell you, I was the vice presidential running candidate for my party. My party lost the election. I've stood on the chamber of the floor and said, so we only can apologize to our supporters and Ghanaians and sit down, do our homework well, and come back. Because it will not be the first time the party has come back.
This is a verdict on Akufo-Addo. You agree that this election was not about you and Bawumia, but rather how Akufo-Addo has governed the party?
In 2008, when we lost, they said it was a verdict on Akufo.
Did you agree?
Whether I agreed or not, it's not what people say. It's the people's opinion.
Do you agree now?
I'm just telling you. You are trying to say it's the verdict of Akufo-Addo. Every time, you just, even in asking the question, you said when John Mahama lost in 2016, people said it was John Mahama's fault.
I didn't say that. I said the argument was about whether it was a jockey. No, I said it was whether. No, I said it was whether the jockey or the horse.
Has no difference.
No, I said it was whether the
jockey. Who was the jockey?
Jockey or horse. I gave you two options.
Who was the jockey?
It came from a committee.
Who was the jockey?
Jockey was the rider. Okay. And then the horse.
rider was who?
Mahama.
Okay.
So this time around, who?
Even at 2016, questioned whether the loss was because of Mahama or NDC as a party. Nevertheless, they lost. And that's why I'm saying that no matter who you blame, the party has lost.
But you haven't brought the Ashanti votes, though. Finally, that's my last question. They said you were going to bring Ashanti votes.
I hope you never ask that question again, because it might provoke somebody to insult you. The whole country didn't vote. We lost 2.1 million votes. Can it be for Mole Ashanti? When I hear somebody say that, I feel really that I have to insult the person. That Ashanti didn't bring a vote. What does that mean? Did Volta region bring a vote? They go and check NDC votes in 2016 and 2024, or 2020 and 2024, and look at the votes. Even in Greater Accra, John Mahama lost votes, 5% votes compared to the last elections. So we should not get on that. That doesn't make sense, insulting tribes and people. Because if you disagree, that people will say, oh, NDC is not helping the Voltarians. It's a slippery slope we are setting up this country. In fact, in Ashanti, 65% of the people turn up to vote. 65% of the people on the register.
Which is higher than the 60% of the general turnout.
Yes!
The turnout was actually quite high.
The Ashanti region turnout was far. There were probably only 4 or 5 other regions that turned up higher than Ashanti. When you rate the 16 regions, probably the worst region of voter turnout was Volta region of Greater Accra. 46% or something. So please, let us not tribalize things like that.
The reason I asked that,
let us not tribalize things like that. And to say, did Bawumia, the Northerner, bring the Northern votes?
Did he?
I'm asking you. So you can't ask a question that doesn't make sense, in the sense that the whole country, the votes didn't come. MPP lost.
Doc, respectfully,
2020,
Doc.
MPP got 6.7 million votes. And in 2024, MPP dropped their vote to 4.5. That is shared around the whole country. That 2.1 million loss is shared around the whole country. Ashanti region being probably at that time the most populous region for vote. But people also should understand that for a long time, the highest region for NDC vote has always been Ashanti region, the whole country.
And that's why many said. That's why many said we've done the analysis.
Don't generalize it. Do you believe that
Doc,
that the NDC's highest vote is always in Ashanti region?
Doc, the NDC's highest vote.
Omaru Sanda.
My question to you
you brought something that I'm asking a question. You said you do the data. You just told people that you do the data.
I am saying to you that, Doc.
I'm saying that the NDC's highest single highest regional vote. If NDC says they have a World Bank, right? The vote of the NDC World Bank is in Ashanti.
No problem. The reason I asked the question I asked was, you see, when you were nominated, people say, oh, you're from Menshia. It's very significant, and I'm using Menshia importantly here. They even said your lineage to Nana Prempeh.
I never heard all that.
Okay, maybe if it's not true, then that's fine, but that's what I heard. And
my lineage is true.
Yes.
But these arguments you are making, if the fringe makes an argument, it doesn't mean the general.
So they say you're going to harvest the votes.
Give me one name.
A lot of the party supporters said
it's not true.
The reason they chose you.
The party supporters or Bawumia didn't choose me because I was Ashanti. Have you asked Dr. Baumia?
No, I haven't.
So how do you then go to somebody who has the exclusive reason for choosing a candidate and then say that some people you met at the roadside are saying they chose Napo because of that is, again, tribalizing elections in this country.
Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
That's Honorable Dr. Matthew Opo.
Okay, enti Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh mention South Enkane Mrashe Bedwani Enkane running mate Tedema eye Dr. Mahmoud Baumia ono na wote ne kan nti ono no chirechire mo eno ama o say ye governance issue ma MPP edi nkoguo ono no a ofri Asante Mantem a went me ama eye voter MPP for hwe enim say wo musa beka no o say sa question u bisa na obema ne buwafu ama na di watem what's that? There be ono akasa kan or say we ya I can one sha na ama me di watem ono aka o ka say wo beside this question na ebetimi ama nipa bi bubefu na wo ma di watem and ono aka say menso it is here ono asai kan say one sha na wo kwaya na ama me di watem aha o ka no ama mienu enti ono na chiremu how the votes came and the reason and Namsoma MPP didn't kugu poto. Okay, all comments are reserved. Come now, you go. Yani go any. Unye this one.
My daddy. Me one. Se me ye ade. Nessa ma nye ni ya. Mia meji atumisa me ya na me ye. Enti me wo we memfa me bibia nse bayifo. Memfa me bibia nse. Ade bia mia me ye bia udin sunso aso bia bebre me bia ye mia na me ye. Min tanin free. Me responsibilities ho say adena we say mia na me ye. Me ya sorry say me yes am part of fatame. Mia na me kan ye man kan ye fatame. Na ya den na yes ena nyame ya ma janina o kan say ena odame nso kan say ena wo mu nyina ye say na me nso me ye say nti me de me nim ho hwe ono Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh o de ma me reserve me comment na wo mu nkoye wo mu ade no a
say no party no hwehwemo
wo mu so wo mu kwa akoye no
but bia de be me ya ne say bia na wo mu wi report no
ma abonten
but wo mu wi wo mu the report no ko sha adaka mu kra and this for the say wo mu ko sha adaka mu say pie wo mu ko sha adaka mu the padlock eto ano sa bre kwa wan po no mu de sabo na ma no so wo mu de makoko anyu do
wo mu ko ye wi a no mu de ba abonten a en wo mu behu Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh nankasa ne stance ewom wo mu behu bebi a wono so na ne gina pete me makana asem anti me beka biowo a ebeka so dada nyina sa na wote Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh de ompe na asem me nka bio wo mu akoye wi a wono ankasa behu ne de oduru mu akere obehu ne number.
Okay. Right, higher need 100.9. Yanko anyway na yamfa krata no. Yamfa chance interviews no so e ba be diso. Yanko
abusiafo Daily Graphic na medema mu atiama mu akwa abebio. AGI for ye from Association of Ghana Industry. Etre se eniama ye wo man mu ene ye friend raw materials. Ebi ti se cocoa beans. Yati cocoa ne wi aboaboa no. Ni e de ase kotokom ni e de akoma abrofo no. Ya kwatonu low. No wo mu de aye niama bebre no wo mu aton no high. Eniama na wo mu beye no krom betumi abre ye bi ni asa aton na boden. Ewo ye mamu ha. Enu ati no. Eniama na ye de akwa akom wo mu te se bia ye timmesi a. Say ye tumi wo foreign plywood. Majari foreign wood. foreign wood. Na ennua no onu abrofo no onu wo bi. Ne ye ye timber. Na ye de akoma wo mu. No wo mu asa de abra ye back say. Yeah. Foreign wood.
Okay, Kwabra. Yankwa amane so na CEO Edema Atamels Institute. Koku Anyudoho. Waba amane so. Ya no eni nkomo. Afi ekran so ya ne nkasa. Koku Anyudoho. Koku mache ama ya sama bishapa nso.
Bageri. Ojo so mema official.
Bibi aboko de.
Nakopado.
Yeah, there. Kwabna wa ba kwabna koku so ochia.
Debu.
Na ye no dia ye wa ane se na ye se ye mpe ambassadorial position bi mfa ma. Ena be yanka ba bia anso se ye se ye mfa nko to Sudan. Sudan de obetuma ya adwuma wo pa.
Anka me Tibet.
Za. Okay. Now, Koku, aftermath of 2024 elections, what's in them are sober reflections this year? Now, any outcome will table so.
You magay me will check you for Amobia Fishapa. Yeah, election the way and coupon like better as I said. By Sunday 9:30 on the 8th of December 2024, Dr. Baumia was conceding defeat. Brilliant. I'm saying President Mills conceded defeat President Kufuor in 2000. President Mahama, 2016. So, tradition goes on. Transition has taken place, and Ado has handed over fully. And so, we are happy that Ghana, they are down with it as we game. As we game, and it is saying, that's just a game.
So, what's the outcome of the results by na? In your opinion, na one anticipated say Bibisa ABC.
I'm saying President Mahama Kazaka. The Nanka official will be winning when DND said will be winning with such a margin. And I'm sure that is the general feeling of the whole nation. So, wow, 56, 57%, overwhelming majority, more than 2/3. The 4 independents have decided to do business with the majority. So, a new phase of our democracy. I think that we are all learning as we go along.
Okay. Na utimi hu se obibebisa ede na bia wadwe mu hu se MPP for eye amma Ghana for show appreciation na ede nso na ndisi for ye ma Ghana for sanya John Dramani Mahama mujidie esanto abama no overwhelming.
Oh, Mageri, MPP in Commodore. I'm not part of the MPP, so I don't know the internal issues. But then the apathy was a big issue. And as apathy assembly, 2000, apathy, and NDC Antwerp, and President Kufuor every year. 2008, 2008, apathy. It was a very tight race between the late President Mills and Manado. 2016, apathy. Esa by, I think, and Manado did over 1 million votes every year. 2024 is the same. So it just means when you have power, you must listen to the people who brought you to power and know when you bought and also. So apathy has become a strong pillar in our democracy. sɛ amanfoɔ to aba ma wo wie na wanyɛ ɔmo apɛdeɛ amma ɔmo a well on the voting day one man one vote they will decide and I think that that's what happened in 2024 we face statistics now MPP for do not go to aba. Of course there's also the issue of Saturday voting SDA for do also and to aba. So the dynamics no are unique to 2024. But I believe that as a political analyst and a strategist, we are all learning from what happened in 2024. But of course, Mageri, institutions of state, Obama, they are not kind. But let's build strong institutions. And I believe that 2024 elections has also proven that we have strong institutions in the electoral committee, in the Ghana Police Service, in the military, and the biggest institution is the Republic of Ghana. That as an institution, as a nation, we know what to do when the time comes. So I believe that once Dr. Bobna has considered defeat, handing over has taken place. Yeah, nothing of it.
Now, Washa John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, yɛde see a grasso. First of all, the inaugural speech omaye kwaku tenechira neto say.
Well, let the record state that I congratulated President Mahama publicly after Dr. Bawumia conceded on the Sunday morning. So it's a matter of public record. Yes, so he's the president. His inaugural speech. Well, inaugural speech leader also here NYA. Fortunately, means Okaya as a candidate in our by president. Also, be Bosch and Naraso. So we are moving forward and watching the space in terms of meeting the expectations of Ghanaians. So I'm actually doing a critical paper on the inaugural speeches of presidents of the Fourth Republic. President Rawlings, President Kufuor, President Mills, President Mahama, 2013, Nanado, 16, 20, President Mahama. So I'm trying to work on a comprehensive paper on analyzing inaugural speeches and how the presidents walk into their presidency after their inaugural speech. So, for now, he made an inaugural speech. I think that the low point in it was when he referred to President Obasanjo as President of the Federal Republic of Ghana. Ghana is not a nation, it's a unitary state. But hey, I'm sure we have all moved on. So, yeah, he had his inaugural speech. He swore the oath of office. So, Marjorie, we are watching and seeing how the second term of his presidency works out.
Okay. There are certain decisions oba ye washase or de boaboa ne ho amana mamu no etimi agina ne ye ho ba bi o de Ghana ebekwa kodu. First of all, appointments washase ye assessment on them.
Yeah, Marjorie, I think that I know some of the people, I don't know some of the people. So I cannot judge. But one of the interesting appointments that has been made so far, for me, is the choice of
Amanakati. Abusanya ne eye Koku Anyidoho. Oye Chief Executive Officer de Ma at Mills Institute. And Kaneno Deputy General Secretary de Ma NDC. Ono ne yeno no. AD Enkomo. Amanakati ebe sign Afreno. Okay, higher needs 100.9. Iti yentu aso na yenko yenim. Okay, Kwaku Abamani. Yeah, Kwaku.
Yeah, Margaret, I'm saying that one of the interesting appointments I have seen so far is the choice of the majority leader, Honorable Mahama Yariga, MP for Boku Central. Minina Juma, during the 2008 campaign to elect President Mills. President Mills by Minina started was the presidency. So if you look at the fact that why Juma as presidency and Marjorie, what people don't know is that working as the presidency is a unique experience. Until I'm prempy, because working as the presidency is a very unique experience. You can be a minister, you can be an MP, you can be a DC, MC, but working as the presidency is a very unique and strong experience. And so Mahama Yariga enters that job, having worked at the presidency, and say, we are not free on co-trade, then deputy trade, then deputy education minister. Today is majority leader, and I believe on that score, say with that cluster of experience at Ouagadougou, he can be quite an effective a majority leader, especially Oshe numbers now about our NDC side now. A lot of young men, young women, fresh people, and you need some experienced hand to lead them and to guide them. And I believe that the Mahama Yariga is well positioned. If he combines his experience very well, he can be quite an effective majority leader. I don't know whether it is majority leader and minister for parliamentary affairs. I don't think so. But otherwise, it's just majority leader. And of course, that appointment is not solely that of the president. It also means that the party is fully involved. Our parliament. If you look at the likes of Pamela J in the past, the likes of J.H. Mensah in the past, Felix also Japan, you are always looking. I mean, Dr. Kumbo, even, So in recent times, we have seen experienced hands leading the caucuses. MPP has Afenyo Martin, also an experienced hand. So for me, that's one interesting appointment that I have looked at. When it comes to the ministerial or sector ministers, I'm yet to do my comprehensive analysis of who is who. Of course, Haruna Idrisu is also a contemporary and a colleague. The Medical Education Ministry, and I say the Medical Education Ministry, a very difficult ministry in these times. OSEI, 2SHS, first year tuition fee for tertiary students, and all the matters that you put together under the education sector. I believe that Haruna DC has what it takes to run and manage that ministry. If Aguma, she is going to tourism, for heavy pain, and she's in that industry. If you look at who else, Agujaya is going to roads and highways. He has been spokesperson for that sector for almost the past 8 years in opposition. So I reckon that he too can manage it well if he applies himself to his experience. So, Marjorie, like I'm saying, it's early days yet, and we will see how it goes. Of course, we don't have defense yet. We don't have interior. We don't have foreign minister yet. Critical ministries, and I'm sure that some deep deliberation is going on into ministers for that sector. Of course, Dr. Kayene was my mate in the university, former deputy attorney general, a legal strong head. So I believe that is his area and that is his field. And also, open to me in media. But like I said, some of the appointees, I don't know them personally. I've not interacted with them personally. So I can't comment until they take office and begin to work for us to examine their capabilities.
Okay. President Mahama, during the campaign, I can say about practice a lean government. Obey we demonstrate active ministry see ebiso akeka bia bom ameba benya from 30 to 23. Appointments in so oguso a oye ye say regional ministers said the economy because I saw the 60 ministers and the people in mind. It said the economy say the assumptions here you never say A B and akwa 62. But I don't know without the deputy regional ministers. Wosha this kind of demonstration or than the dia does it tell us something as far as the governance and a concern and normal or catching so be Juana?
Well, also better so and what is so. But let me say from a governance perspective, among say, why do you scrap the Ministry of National Security? It's a critical majority constitution that is only the ministry or the minister that has constitutional powers to be able to perform as a minister for national security. So if you don't have a minister for national security, people are wondering whether that ministry, that critical ministry, should have been taken off. Before I can, okay, so who said we hear more. Yeah, so you made a promise, but sometimes the exigencies of the time into cars to 23, and I said, take you.
Bepa so na 30.
And they about
or the about 23.
Good. And you had the 24th one, which is the Ministry for National Security. I'm sure that would have been. Because at this point, who goes to Parliament to speak on national security matters? Of course, some people say the Interior Minister and the Defense Minister can do that, which is true. Then what happens to that constitutional provision about the National Security Ministry and what it's supposed to do vis-a-vis coordinating national security matters, legislating, and then being the forefront of that ministry. So I guess, well, he's the president and he has advisors. So they know what they are doing. I have been there before, but of course, so we want to allow him to do what he's doing, hoping that of course, when it comes to the issue of the LGBTQ issue, the immediate passing of that law. I don't know how the church, the clergy, the system, and the nation is taking it. So, like I'm saying, it's early days. And regional ministers, I know 1, 2, 3 of them. So, and I think it's interesting that he's selecting this regional minister very early. It's good. At least the regions can have ministers immediately to start managing the regions. On the issue of MNDCs, the actual master. Well, under President Mills, he kept Kufuor's MNDCs in office for a while. And so, well, that's a
Sadly, now President Mills say, at the end of the
well, Nigeria, I think it's for continuity. It was for continuity, and don't forget that not all MMDCs are sworn in. In fact, no MMDC is sworn in the day the president is sworn in.
Yeah.
Into almost term, no, constitutional is not coterminous with the
Yeah, that is correct. Saturday and Cramba can once them say Yanchenia that you'll be the Beko Koto. Because
so President Mills, being an astute lawyer and a legal luminary, decided that because almost terms not coterminous with that of the president, they should stay in the office and help guide the transition or process. Yeah, but of course, every president in the office of the Aboa, the administration. So, like I'm saying, from the governance perspective, we are watching and observing. So the list of ministers that have come out so far, in Amaka, I know Haruna, of course I know Ayariga, very close range. Like I said, Aine was a mate in the university, so a year mate. He has the gravitas. Pablo Parado is going to the youth ministry. He was national youth organizer, or he is national youth organizer of the road government. I guess it's to reward youth and what they have done for the victory. Let's see how he enters the measures up to the calling and the role.
Worcester Parliament and so an overwhelming majority for the NDC.
Yeah, unbelievable. NDC is winning Asokwa, Sunyani East, and Tema East, Tema West. Interesting. And so that I'm surprised that Nakazaka say, hey, Nemanoma also in terms of the numbers. Now who are to for social media? Oh, bad for social media. So from a governance perspective, the huge numbers in parliament, how do you manage them? You're going to take only 60 ministers, including deputy. Then you must take majority from parliament and some outside parliament. So up in issue, very limited MPs can be ministers. How many boards do we have? Then the committees in parliament. Can you fit all the 180 something MPs on committees and get everybody happy? And so managing a large family is different from managing a small family. I mean, your mother was someone know Ghanaian emerge here. Oh my God, Ghanaian. Also, your party. Now, Ghanaian, Madame for the push and for the mobile. Functional ingredients need to be and as ingredients need to be answered. So it's a challenge in terms of managing all these children the executive has. And so on the side of the MPP, they have a smaller number, a closer unit. They can manage themselves. And 2 days ago, who BBR before in terms of communication, they brought the likes of Gideon Boakon, then the Swami MP to the forefront. So from a communications perspective, as a PR expert, it's good for them that they are introducing new voices and new faces. The frontline communication of the minority as it is now, it helps so that when the media is interacting with them, you go be say, oh my God, time now you minister, oh you say, Kokwaji do time now you minister, oh you say, omo ekasa sisiano, tell me omo nye boni bi na. So when they are communicating, the media has no option but to listen to exactly what they are saying without any pressure. So it's a good communication strategy that the NPP minority has adopted. And so, like I said, the front of the majority is also changing. Iraga is coming in. We're yet to see the rest of the people who are also coming in. And Jinapot is going to energy. Atufosin is going to finance. Who else? So yeah, so Jerry, interesting days ahead. So yeah, analysis.
Okay. Now, expectations from Ghanaians based upon results are about 2024. What do I need to put it a say?
Expectations are very high, my brother. Expectations are very, very high. You are going to take out the levy, betting tax, COVID levy, reintroduce, continue with free education, add private schools to free education, introduce first year university free fee for all public universities. And I think at the last President Ugwado gave a charter to 14 public universities and then how are you going to manage all that within the fiscal space, FISCAL, within the fiscal space of the economy? Where are you getting the revenue from to be able to power all the social intervention policies that you are intending to into? So yes, it is very high. But we say for Asan for back. So people are moving into spaces because of their expectation. More expectation, or is it in tandem with government expectation? If yes, fine. If no, how does government manage it? Can she address that home? They are rebuilding with such speed and alacrity. Is that part of government's policy? So, look, Ajay, Makadebia, maintain so da, but yeah, and it's a hot seat. And then measure them another people named Dr. Bob Namoda. I want to make that sure it's 89. Only Ghana to manage. Those who are managing it today, can you sleep to 7, 8? No. By 3 and 4 a.m., watch a phone call. And I wait you are. So it's a heavy duty. And we wish them well.
What's JDM and Yano? And Roman Naya or the scene and so stabilization of the economy. Obama a business community to strive. Obama a constitutional reforms. Say your best son or maybe a constitution your bedroom. Any accountability and the fight against corruption. Nasa wo share challenger waba bemo edan eni so a what the toto enimanim ya no ama 9 we odi eni so a etel saying
Jerry, constitutional reform no obianim say President Mills started it and went very, very far. That has been one of the crusades we have mounted over the years. Constitutional reform. John Mahama had the opportunity between 2012 and Sebi and 2014. It is a long time now also Obeya. I think it's critical. Majority. The Constitution needs to be looked at. Even the Bible. It started with King James Version, we have New King James Version, we have ESV, we have New American Version, NIV. The point I'm making is that the Constitution also is like a human being. It's a terminal. We are all here, not here in Casa. Near Benanti, and there's 32 Mika. And that is the Constitution also. If we're able to look at it and check, look, for example, one critical thing that President Mills looked at the constitutional reform about equity in terms of tax payment. Every year, finance minister at the budget parliament on behalf of the president. And then they have been moving tax. But the president, the vice president, they don't pay tax on salaries and President Mills, the tax expert and the tax governor, I can't say no. let us create equity in tax payment administration so that president, vice president, we can begin to pay taxes on salaries, emoluments, and other things so that we decide tax every minute at least na edika. Another thing that President Moses was looking at was the fact that the constitution, there are certain categories of public servants, the CDS, the IGP, the Registrar General, Accountant General, who do 60 years are President Mao extension. First 2 years, another 2 years, a top up of 1 year. So collectively, Magari, the best president, not a who was a man. But remember, 5 years. President Mao said everything. We cannot continue that way. If we want to increase the payment, let's let everybody enjoy to 65. Or for that matter, such job extension should not be the business of the president and the executive. And the Enfrancoma Parliament, let Parliament, being the representative of the people, approve such extension. And that's the only way you can bring more professionalism. Because Magari, another one partner, Echo Police Academy, and I'm moving. Why you do not at the IGP? Also, what baby, ASP, sorry, ACP, BCOP. Come na di ni IGP you know. Me kwa you do. Me kwa na sempa. Ramadan. Enti kwa na me ma utu. But wo ma there, we 60. Now, when I give my that 2 years, there's a large and a huge likelihood that Kwabna becomes an appendage of Kwakwanyidogu, the president and the presidency. So he's no more a police officer. He's a politician in police uniform. And that's where all the undermining and the anger take. So that was one of the things President Moses wanted to reform. So President Mahama is coming and we can now go back to that base document and broaden that space and allow for greater transparency and equity. I will support it. I will support it.
It is a wish a constitutional reforms now. Would you suggest, say, a Juma Professor Mills, a year the two hono, obetimi akọ revisit, and only betimi abwana reforms be high to me fast track processes nana.
I think he himself has said it. I think President Mahama himself has said it categorically and eloquently so. The Juma President Mills start here, and no what by, but he will create broader space for another set of discussion because President Mills passed on 12 years ago. He started the reforms about 15 years ago. And I heard the president say categorically, for example, the issue about the speaker and the chief justice. Can the Supreme Court rule on matters concerning Parliament? Can Parliament decide to respect Supreme Court rulings vis-a-vis the functions of Parliament? Are the standing orders superior to the Constitution of Ghana? So new things have come in. And I believe that within that space of new things, as President Mahama just said, let's look at a more comprehensive way. But of course, that President Mills document is a solid document that we cannot ignore. So we'll add to it and create the reforms that we are all looking for.
Okay. Baku answer na meja okrai aya na nipa bi adwen se would there suban bi adia na kire se asedia wo mususu o se wo pese MPP ena nanka egwini ena NDC ababe wini eti aba ne sa no you see some people say kwaku me interview we okoye social media platforms so kwaku one smoothness level kwaku we selfish kwaku ene said ye di ahimu ene onya time na akwa kwaku bi Sa for na ye o madwen sa no e de na obetima ka kire o.
Marjorie, in komo ADNA, it's about Ghana and Namibia.
Sa pepe.
And I'm because of the experience some of us gathered as a president, you're oriented different. I worked with President Mills. I remember President telling Zekoku, and then I'm a bit president. And the Dana Kupuansia, a band new partners anymore. The first person I met is President Rawlings. Because I'm not young president, and I'm a president. I sat in cabinet for 4 years. I know what goes into shaping policy. It's no more with me. That one is not a problem. They should to cry, buy, and we never for bonus because they didn't understand me. So I'm not worried that people don't understand. It is a President Akufo-Addo ever yet president, not Akunya as well. I respect the seat. Today, President Mahama is president. I will respect the seat.
Okay.
President Kufuor became president. I respected the seat. So, by and large, it's not even about the personality. It's about the seat.
And you are doing that based on your experience and when you're feel hoping.
Exactly, Matthew. Exactly. So those who are insulting. So, for example, Kokwani will say, look, I think Sunday, they say President Mahama, let's say, yes, probably we. Say we're starting National Day of Prayer and Thanksgiving. Beautiful. President Brown started it. It was cancelled. If he has reintroduced it, wonderful. Because if you go to our national anthem, God bless Oman Ghana, make our nation great and strong. We call a national pledge. Yesterday, I promise on my honor, we will so help me God. So at independence, the God factor was put and tweeted into the national life. Look, Ghana has a life, has a name. We can create hard reading, but we cannot change the geographical space of Ghana. So that cartographical dimension of Ghana remains the same. So Magdiari is Magdiari. He can be 1 year, he can be 2 years, he can be 50 years, 100 years, but he's still Magdiari. And so within that space of a republic for Ghana, and the God factor, which came before I was born, I believe in the God factor. I mean, of course, I'm a product of Trinity in recent times, Trinity, logical seminar. So, those are the things that used to worry me. If now those things are being corrected, Magdiari, why should I complain again? Then I will be a hypocrite. So, if the things I was worried about, institutional reform, reintroduction of National Day of Prayer and Thanksgiving, getting the party more involved in the business of government. If those were my issues, and I was concerned about those things, if those concerns are being managed and being corrected today, then I continue to hate at President Mahama. And then I'll be back as a cocoa, pepper panas and pra, Niana Ayo, how, and then what would that be? Oh, you still. Then, Eddie comes to Mother, you are being petty. But Monday, I'm not a petty person. And you know me at close range. I've never been petty. So those who want to laugh and sneer and call me names, they can go ahead. It doesn't worry me at all. We are looking at the bigger picture. And it's all about God.
And would you accept, in case President Mahama Fro said, Brana Bedi di Bia?
It's a mora. More sound bite.
Wow. Ogu when you sound bite as a moment, you actually 1 hour can say you do your mind home come on. Na ne kwakwa you do with your experience. Na ne President Mahama tun sa Fro say kwaku bra. Now so besha hana faboa memu na your mind Ghana ya actually.
Look, Magdiari, let us be frank. There are people who worked very close with President Mahama.
Okay.
In the campaign. Just as I worked very close with President Mills and in opposition. And Mami There's no doubt that people have worked very closely with President Mahama. Why shouldn't they get the opportunity to serve him and serve out his vision? I remain a member of the NDC. That's the most important thing. At the time, I said, "Look, Jeka said, what family? And I granted interviews. Not your network. So the important thing is that yes, I remain a member of the NDC, but I am a Ghanaian, and I'll speak to national issues. But I believe, and I'm happy that today people are applauding loyalty. Oh, you see, we are loyal to Mahama. We are loyal to Mahama. We are loyal to Mahama. I think we are wonderful. So me too. What was my crime? I was loyal to President Mills. He gave me guidance. He gave me tuition. I was loyal to President President Rowley. And people have forgotten that in 2016, when I had Locus as Deputy General Secretary, I was the one who said that President Mahama was in a comfortable league. So any day, I'm loyal to them. But Ghana first. Ghana first. So, to answer your question, I believe that people have been very close to him, and they have worked, and they deserve to be rewarded, and let them have the position. We will serve Ghana in different capacities.
Okay. Ogu, na obekokrai with your experience politically, the two MPP, yama kwan say two omofo e den abeka kire om.
Asruba no mu na nya boye e wodi aso a. Se be ko twa manza. But I think by and large, it's about being loyal to your promises. And at 20%. And at 20%. So it's a cycle. If we don't learn the lessons that the MPP has suffered, eventually so that's it. So, Tel Aviv, that is life. Be loyal to your promises. Be faithful, keep to your promises. That's it. Otherwise, 2028 is around the corner.
We're going to pay you that you so when you didn't come here, more official pa.
Mark Jerry, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure, and thanks for the opportunity. And I wish you well. God bless us all.
God bless you too. Jenny Aya Koku Anyudoho, Oye Chief Executive Officer Edema at Mills Institute. On any end no eating common. See, Nina Nefa Eye about 20 months this one so a buyer no better extensively and ye didn't come on. Ghana Montie Senior will need 100.9.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Yeguswana Friday, 17th January the year 2024. So we show home running so dia. Now what chena about pound semano eduasa mienu 832 and we need 100.9. Para?
Yes, sir.
Yo.
Abusiafo Ghanaian Times the Boka tenim haya desrede and one de matter kusine say woman network no enkra haya kura baby wo kura nyadwuma enti womu expand na obi anya network ejina so ho enkra haya o ya kura ya honum say kura fe na ye nwose womu di po abesi wa womu yesisi e honum ni ye city enti womu de Paul foforo abesi wo ya womo ya ho adwuma na sabi o ayi akokwa a ne ma megina ne ntampo na akromade ne ekoyi na mo amuwo enkurase bi te se atabrakoso ema baasa sumunyame kodu ene amode se mo pam ho amunhum asenem mo bre papa ne nkra hakura ye bre enti wo srata kosine se one spanning network ninko baby ya no obi enya ne tefa.
Okay, kwabra yentia ya affiliate na 1 so down ho wabiem and eye Katamanso abemusu information center for almost a chiam Yankwa amano so ne Professor Godfred Bockman, or economist, Professor of Finance. You need come on for graphic and I was there anymore.
Yeah.
On say use agric to reset economy. Pia yon sem ene betima boana yesika sem to energy na nan so. Ya no prof ni ho come. Prof Marche.
Yo, Mr. Mawati, any a TFO in a.
Ete for Josu yam official panso na pomu boko.
Yes, I don't. I think converting my own service.
Yo, osu ya das. Prof anopa ye bisa se wokasa yemfa kuayo ho nsem emma yesika sem to wo manum san nyina nan so ana opa kire sen.
Yeah, me pattern say o share challenges we have faced in the last couple of years. Yeah. Not the absence so the whole say I did me need time. In France, me were 4 years. Within 4 years, maybe one may but maybe a best so in 8 years time, in 15 years time. But me say any fun and making me higher interventions be immediately without neglecting all the other critical sectors of the economy. Making me a result. Making me impact and I reflect on Ghanaians positively. It is a sectorial analysis now. We rank them. I said, okay, we rank them. And it is a rank sectorial analysis now. We use certain indicators. A trend say, focus on here. Results in terms of job creation, in terms of reducing poverty, because nearly 30% of Ghanaians, in France, there's 32 million. 30% of that population, they are in extreme poverty. A sizable number of Ghanaians are multidimensionally poor. Not only in terms of deprivation, food, and the rest of them, education, health, all of that. So that is a national security threat. The ocean inflation, price development, the whole of 2024, Master, you are making progress on bringing inflation down. Yes, 2024, I say, with inflation of 23.2 or so. And we ended the year with inflation of 23.8. Now, over a 12-month period, inflation, the increment in prices on the average echoes through by 23.8% between December 2023 and December 2027. Who say serious? A Krumha Nipa de block saying and na business or more year or multi increase the revenue by even 15%. Nipa saying a year Juma Krumha over a 12-month period, they can say the salary across through by 23.8%. And two things say, pace inflation and cost through. It's really putting so many people into poverty and the rest of them. The OSHA data now, what is even concerning? And yes, that poverty at that lower end, or 2.1 USD, using 2017 purchasing power terms at the international level. Ghana, poverty is rising among lower middle income people and upper middle income people. Into omo poor omo ne nam ha obeka so bibi wo ho kakra no crisis aya fam higher inflation na de domestic debt service na de no aha omo more So more of those people, no, they've descended to join the corporal at the base. And things that say basic progress towards our upper middle income status, we're progressing. The ocean food inflation, where we ended 2024 with food inflation of about 27% or a little above that, clearly this is not acceptable. A nation should not take their citizens through that. And to say, now unemployment. Even those who are in employment, we will say they are in vulnerable employment. A good number of Ghana for a ma, how more years to man, some of these retail shops now, they almost in the contract. They are like casual workers. These are people created in the image and likeness of God. And Ghana for Dudona Soria, where their next meal will come from, they are not sure. Oshe Oman Bia, Omut me the Nyama be agro. But about food security, any serious country in this world, they don't joke with food security. They don't. Not Europe. So there's Europe or more agricultural policy. How they subsidize farmers. Yes, sir, shall we are aware. US, they don't joke with their farmers. In France, they don't joke with their farmers.
Yeah, that's correct.
Sometimes they prioritize the interest of farmers. Enti ekromha, yetimi koji loan. If the US need those other countries, no one country says, don't invest it in these areas so that it will undermine their agricultural competitiveness or productivity because they want to export. From creation, Yankopon, from creation. No, boy, first occupation of the man, Adam, there. As a Garden of Eden. Starting point. Answer Yankopon deploy digitization. How did the 10 Commandments to Moses through a tablet? Tablet and then Moses started using long ago. The 10 Commandments, Yankopon to Moses on a tablet. Before then, there was agriculture. Food security. This is not just like theoretical or biblical, some people will say. No. The person who created decent jobs. Then you want to look at agriculture, but don't look at agriculture as a standalone. Look at the value chain from agriculture to agribusiness to agro-processing. Now, if the government decides to focus on agriculture, it's not just providing seeds. You also want to make sure that the market linkages to farmland are clearly demarcated, developed, rural road network, irrigation, as a way of also strengthening the rural economy. Once you do that, you'll be stemming rural-urban migration. There are some places today, it's more expensive eating from those places than even Accra. I'm sure you are aware. Some places, it's better off you carry food from Accra here and take it there. We don't need to do that. The employment multiplier. In fact, the World Bank says that who's spending $1 million in agribusiness, that value now, you can create 750 jobs. The employment generation potential of boosting agricultural productivity growth, linking that to agribusiness and agro-processing, in fact, is the highest in Ghana. Again, if you look at the social accounting metrics, a methodology, right? Ghana Statistical Service for a year. If you look at the output multiplier, income multiplier, employment multiplier, and you even look at the latest update, the whole data now, it will say agriculture, and also, and now agricultural productivity, a cost poverty platform, because a Janine platform, it reduces inequality. And for instance, Ghana, 42 to 44% of household expenditure, Brian bringing sweat because 42 to 44% of household expenditure is on food. Usher taxi drivers, Usher truck drivers now they are there. Don't do another catch us, matter. The video. Some of them, omunya pay in that traffic team and make no wakata at the end of the day, no, don't be young, every year, they pay the bit in your rent and buy it. So for a good number of Ghanaians, they are not thinking about living at same homes or regimental. And I say, hey, yeah, airport is airport hero. No. The complaint is from the market, home, food joint. And there's conventional wisdom said, who've been making sure that your agricultural sector, linking that to agribusiness and agro-processing, is functioning well. So you actually preserve cash flow at the household level because that is what takes a bigger chunk of their money. So if they are able to buy food cheaply and of quality, it means that they will be able to preserve cash flow and save or do other things. So that is the point that we were making. So you can't say research through agriculture. No, just say you should neglect the other critical sectors of the economy. No. But as a leader, you should have a focus. Your diagnosis should lead you to where the core issues are, so that when you apply interventions in those areas, the result will be beneficial, and it will impact the broad-based economy. If you do that, that is the only way you can give meaning to your industrialization policy, because there's a linkage from agriculture to industrialization in terms of providing raw materials.
Yeah.
Some of the companies, even in the fruit industry now, they are blue skies. Now they are. Some of them, they have to import raw materials from neighboring countries. So if you develop, in fact, it was part of our problem. Mahama and his first time, when they went to commission the sugar factory, you remember the sugar factory?
The guy,
there was no reliable supply of raw material, sugarcane. We have lived long enough. We have made enough mistakes since independence for us not to repeat these things again, not to repeat them. Let me give you an example. In Kuma Abreso, I don't want to say if you remember, we read it. The industrialization policy, the import substitution and all of that, hit a rock simply because our local economy couldn't supply the much needed raw materials to feed the growing industries in Kuma was setting up. So we have, for a good number of them, we had to import raw materials to feed those machines, industries, factories. Now then there was a problem towards the end of 1964. What was the problem? We had run down our reserves. And therefore, in fact, our reserves had gone to negative from a positive $269 million in 1957. When we took over, by the end of 1965, our international reserve had gone down to negative $391 million. You know what that means? We had crossed the red line. We could no longer import, not even raw materials, to feed growing industry. And in commerce, regime came crashing. We've gone through that phase. So there is sufficient data to help us plan better going forward. So in the NDC's manifesto, they spoke about industrialization. You need to situate that within a proper value chain analysis. And then see where the linkages are stronger so that we don't. So, for instance, okay, some of the 1D, 1F, now they are doing, yes, we made some progress in there, but some of them have to still import raw materials. Even basic packaging materials, now they are doing all of them. See, you do that and link that, and by the time you realize the economy is taking shape. And if you apply a business approach to agriculture, agribusiness, agro-processing, you will see that the tax potential, revenue of it, meaning free agricultural sector, will also be increasing. Because for now, no, agriculture, IBI contributes say roughly 21% to our GDP. The tax contribution from agriculture is less than 1%. So it means that agriculture does not contribute to a taxable economy. But it's simply because of how we have treated agriculture and left it to distant farmers and the rest of it. So I think those are the things that we need to focus on. And I can assure you that if the president will put maximum emphasis on these areas, supported by the required budgetary allocation and the necessary efficiency and monitoring, maximum 6 months to 8 months, you will see results.
Okay. Yache diawo Kenya. Maybe is that the reason tia aya na yete a baby about industrialization policy no. One more ekasa one more yebi. Also now watch out the industry sector need grow negative. Now it is not performing well. Is that one of the main reasons? Because
it's one of them. It's one of them, and then many other factors. Let's situate them within this slogan the NDC talks about. 24-hour economy.
Yeah.
Okay. Me up to date, mean share that NK that mean share that the 24-hour economy. Of course, the concept resonates with people and all of that. Okay. The 24-hour economy. The requirements, the conditions necessary for that to work, we don't have that. We don't have that. Because the Kromha, the OC business from Kobo Bosnia, they are getting it at 32%.
Oh. Professor Bokpen. Professor of Finance, on any no AD commoner. The best Alfred ever.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami and duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate.
Okay, Prof, where the ma yen to also na wo your analogy be.
Yes. So to operationalize 24-hour economy, you have to be clear on what we need to put in place. The current interest rate regime cannot support 24-hour economy. And what do? And then Americans say, look at your agriculture and this thing. Use that to drag down inflation also and the rest of them. We are looking for interest rates that will come down to about 8%. With the maturity tenure of not less than 15 years. Because businesses, what they need is patient capital. Of course, patient capital will not come from mainstream banking, but over time, when the macro numbers take shape and there's consistency, we should see interest rates coming down. And as interest rate comes down, then the maturity profile is also extended. That is how you give meaning to your industrialization. Then you also look at your power sector. Then you look at security. Then you look at health. Then you look at education. That should be providing the critical skill to support your industrialization agenda. Now, you see, sometimes, politicians are in a hurry to deploy interventions without looking at the value chain analysis clearly. And where the synergistic effect, everything are high, what the linkages are, and all of that. And sometimes at the end of the day, it's just that, look, you don't need to only rely on experts within your inner circle. This country, experts abound from the universities to civil society and the rest of them. You need that so that we need to make progress. We cannot be where we are. So even inflation in Cote d'Ivoire is less than 4%. You're sure you are aware, right? Cote d'Ivoire here, inflation is less than 4%. Ghana inflation is 23.8%. Food inflation in Cote d'Ivoire is less than 3%. Sometimes it looks as though say, Ghana could do Cote d'Ivoire because it's cheaper over there. And I think there's no time to waste. We give the government the benefit of the doubt, right? My considered view is that we may have our differences, but this is the administration that is in place. What should they do? What support can we give? And all of that. But of course, leadership is very important. So the president has to be clear on that. That signal to the market will be very fundamental in pushing. And as I can say, agriculture, agribusiness, agro-processing, it's also not a standalone because the linkages to industrialization, even tourism. In fact, one of the other critical sectors of the economy, I would say you're focusing on to spell growth and create employment, the apparel and creative industry. So also the revenue, the export earnings from the apparel sector now is even more than gold. It's even more than cocoa.
Yeah.
Apparel. These diasporans, they like it. For children, for young people, for adults. So use that. The apparel sector, link that to the creative sector, and then they are linking that to your hospitality. Okay? Hospitality industry. Look at the year of return. You know, that brought substantial inflows to Ghana, right?
Yes.
Nigerians have copied it now. You understand that? So you can use that. But then look, people visit this country and they will tell you that, hey, food is so cheap in Kenya. Why is it so expensive in Ghana? That takes a lot away from us. And it is true. You can visit Kenya as an example. If you go and eat at some restaurant in Ghana here, it's as though they imported the garden eggs from the Garden of Eden. It's so expensive. So those are the things that you need to do. And then once you also want to use that to jumpstart your economy, you are looking at security along your road 24 hours. You are looking at improved road network and all of that, linking that to our tourist sites in this country, properly managed and all of that. I mean, along that value chain, you'll be making progress. Then we rebrand. There are a good number of people in this country who have the financial resources, but they transfer that spending power to Dubai and other countries through holidays. It is about time we promote internal tourism. Let's promote internal tourism. Within the 24-hour economy, let's promote internal tourism. Let's strengthen that tourism value chain and hospitality. If people want to go on holidays, why can't they just go to the north? Why can't they go to the western region and the rest of them, right? And transfer their spending power as a way of strengthening the local economy and all of that. That's it. This economy, we can build it. The IMF will not build this economy for us. US won't build this economy for us. They are looking at their interests also. That's what every country is doing.
Ya Greek sector idea emse eno anu aboso no ba wo sha JDM na ni swade hu no ode ya wo ministry a ebehwe eye yeduane ne eye yekuayo ho nsem eye Ministry of Food and Agriculture na ode agribusiness na ba beka trade ho any industry
meaning nyadwe
sound
there be
aden
respectfully I don't know it all. My considered view, my limited understanding of this is that the linkages between agriculture and agribusiness is stronger than situating it within trade and industry. There's capacity that has been built at the Ministry of Food and Agriculture that if you situate that within the ministry, the linkages will be harnessed better. That's my considered view. Yeah. So in realigning the ministries and the rest of them, I think that it would have been more helpful because you see, when you attack the agribusiness of agriculture, then you are communicating a certain signal that we want big ticket agriculture. We want adopt a business approach to agriculture so that agriculture will not be seen as a form of punishment. It's business. In fact, in Cote d'Ivoire, a number of government appointees, ministers, are into agriculture and agribusiness. I'm sure you are aware. Yeah.
But you can say no so enough for more. Say you be require your home some and yes, can say or the quack you no quack or the albetimi. Am I go do serious, including the United States of America, okay, and a mechanized farming. Say one with a year, Kuyayono, one with infidi, and a year, or my and I can see. Now, what are you here? And your attractive impo so be so quack secure your facility. A year loan facility, say, or the quack ra a year Kuyayon sense. Banks are no, one with interest. A buy now monocran so no. Yebeka ya sa Maputo agreement to be a yakosan.
Yes, I think 2003.
2003 Maputo Declaration.
Yeah.
In fact, me a member of a Ghana Agriculture and Rural Development Journalists Association. Yeah, research work be who say a baby obeba anagodi sa Maputo Declaration nesoa. I get 10% of budgetary allocation. I get the Bekokuya Yona Kabina, baby, you do know. But a baby about no fairly. Obian so ba or say Ekuya Yona Komaso. So what do we do, Prof?
Yes, anything American say the president must walk the talk. One said in my earlier submission, you can say if you put the emphasis on this, it must come along with the necessary budgetary allocation. What you value, that's where you put your money. If you show me your spending pattern, you don't need to tell me what you value. You can just look at people's spending behavior and you know what they value. Because what they value, they put their money here. So if you value this as a way to jumpstart your economy, it will come with increased budgetary allocation, but not just nominal budgetary allocation. You also be interested in the efficiency. They say you can't say one village, one dam. Say, okay.
Yeah.
Some of them we have spent millions of dollars, but those dams are not holding any water. Sometimes it's a corruption. Some of the contracts to develop some of these things will be given to party faithfuls. But because they see it that it's a reward for their investment in the party, the incentive to do the right thing is very low. And they know that you cannot prosecute them. We need to shift away from that. So countries, look, and then Burkina Faso, they are being ruled by a military leader. You go and see the investment in agriculture and see the progress. Food inflation was Burkina Faso. Now compared to Ghana, now we know the right thing to do. And all of that. I think that if you say we are putting premium on this, we should come along with the necessary budgetary allocation. And I hear politicians, so and they can find the money. They will find the money. What the politician be a worker says, or memo is KPI, no memo. So I don't want to even contest to the president. Hello, what is that? With all the challenges they go through now, look at the promises they made in the run-up to the 2024 election. And they said they can fund it. And I believe that they can fund it. What is that NDC focus on mobile setting up gold board? Why is that important? Now, MPP funds manifesto their diagnosis of the gold value chain, the smuggling, where the MPP in their manifesto, says they will reduce the 3% final withholding tax on export earnings of artisanal small scale money to 1% to curtail smuggling. Master, I mean, this is empirical evidence that is available. between 2012 and 2022, over 11-year period, $115.3 billion worth of gold was smuggled out of this continent. Have you seen $1 billion before? 115 of them were smuggled out of Africa. And do you know the countries that represent strongly in that sample size? Ghana come. Ghana, Mali, Zimbabwe, are record holders. Gold smuggling. They smuggle some of them through our porous borders. Benin, Togo, Nadia. So, Yakuma, the heart of our problem is our heart. And these politicians, they are beneficiaries of this. And they have to deal with it. The OSEI fiscal loss in terms of the tax revenue, Ghana LUC annually is more than $2 billion. Annually, it's more than $2 billion. That work for IMF is almost $3 billion over a 3-year period. At the Chroma, the we watch our face upward. We understand arming. Why can't we look at this data? Why can't we say that no, it's enough to get some of these illicit financial flows? We need these resources to develop our country. Yes, it's benefiting a few people, and those people are the ones financing our political parties and our chances of winning elections. But it's affecting the majority of the people. Look at today, and only and then you check the data. United Arab Emirates has now become Ghana's main export destination. Is that not surprising? Examine our trade relations with countries.
Yeah.
Dubai, United Arab Emirates, today is our major export destination country. Do you know why? It's all this gold smuggling and gold export. Gold? It goes to Dubai.
Yeah.
Because what it means smuggling go through the border system in US, in UK, in Europe, and the rest of them. But Dubai is almost like a gateway to the world, to that smuggling economy now. So there are more refineries in Dubai and dealers in Dubai where they process these things and now resell them to advanced countries at higher price. Can you imagine? They will smuggle these things to them, sell it so cheaply, they go and add a little value to it, resell it to advanced countries, including Switzerland and the rest of them, and they make the money. And today, Dubai is everybody wants to go and see what is happening there.
Gold board, yeah, and your man penny, a crowd or the ma, lawyer Sammy say, nay, or by PMMC or sa gold body say, establish here. A day a bit to my yama.
I think in the manifesto, one of the things that NDC for months said that they are unable to communicate their policy forcefully and directly with some fiscal impact analysis. So when you leave it like that, people are wondering, what is this? What is the roadmap? I want to believe that there should be a policy statement on that. What is it that is necessitating this and how it be achieved? Of course, it's early days, so we can give them the benefit of the doubt. But you know, Cocobot.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps they might be thinking along those lines that this gold value chain, with the smuggling and all of that, there has to be an appropriate way of managing it so that there is greater transparency and disclosure, and then the export earnings from that can be properly accommodated, and the tax revenue and all of that. So it is possible they are thinking about it along this line. And probably if they are able to do that, what it also means is that you have to strengthen your security agencies and make sure that smuggling is prevented or avoided, right? Because we see that even gold, people smuggle gold to Côte d'Ivoire because of higher price that they could get. Others even carry the cocoa. People smuggle cocoa to Côte d'Ivoire. Others even carry the cocoa back at their back and use it to cross the road. I'm not talking from evidence. I've not carried cocoa across those borders before. Okay, so those are the things that we need to look at, so that we should streamline our mining. And streamlining our mining also implies that we need to deal with galamsey. You see, the gold economy is very strong. See, a couple of weeks ago, Governor of Bank of Ghana said the quarterly gold jump, second quarter now, there is also largely because of the gold economy and their gold for oil and gold for reserves and the rest of them. Between 2011 and 2022, nearly 20% of Ghana's GDP growth came from mining and quarrying. And that sector is very key. Look, when you go to South Africa, you see how mining has transformed some of their communities. Wow. But come to Ghana and see, we have been mining for years. Go to some of the mining communities of Boasina, there's nothing there. Why? So clearly, the gold board cannot be used to strengthen the illegal mining or irresponsible mining, because that currently is an essential threat. And in this perspective, I think it is fair and appropriate now to call on the president to appropriately brief this country on his strategy to deal with irresponsible mining. I'm going beyond illegal mining, because some of the companies with license are doing irresponsible mining, even across large industrial mining companies. So we need to have a clear policy, and the president has to signal that immediately, because the illegal mining, the irresponsible mining, is a threat to national security. Look, to deal with what is going on there, this is war. We must prepare our security agencies for that. This is war. So the question is, we are not stopping mining. The core is that how do we turn an existential threat because of this irresponsible, illegal mining? How do we turn that existential threat to existential opportunity, so that we can mine and our water bodies will be preserved and all of that? Remember that part of the food inflation that has gone up and cocoa export that has gone down significantly is also because of illegal mining, which is threatening cocoa farmland, which is threatening our water bodies, which is affecting food production, and a whole lot of things. So I think we don't need a prophet to come and tell us we are heading dangerously and we need to change course. So when the president said we need a reset, yes, this is what it means.
Okay.
We must deal with irresponsible mining. In fact, in the next 8 months, we should, journalists and all of us, should be able to follow our president to some of our water bodies, and we should be able to drink from the water bodies that once supported our lives in the villages.
All right. Professor Godfred Bokpin, economist and professor of finance, and open your dance say, and come on here extensively.
Yeah, men shall no share in
Namen council.
Amen. Bye bye.
Yeah, that's it. Yene Professor Godfred Bokpin, or economist and professor of finance on the end of the day, come on, need 100.9. So your messages, being so high, ever can't come in area amount.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. We den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwe dia wapi ho. O ka se batete e da fom ho. This way chocolate drink.
Kra cha be pe baba ware.
Asew.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink. Ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye be hwe fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom kokko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mu agye atum se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Jamwa kwa ba de ba need 100.9 juma de fe de Ghana Montie. Ma me fa messages ni kakra ntwam na ye nto azo ha. Akwara ogo. Ogo. O time azo anaze me na major ozo time. Okay. Mesha Kasante di Friama Saman. Or see in fact wonders shall never end. A micro minority group trying to disrespect the orders by the supreme leader, like President Mahama. Do they understand the meaning of executive power? Or do they think they will be allowed to go away with their corrupt and state captured? This time, the youth of Ghana will go after anyone who will try to undermine the powers of the president by refusing to honor the invitation by the oral. For your information, oral for no one say, woman cast one move through bia. So Mesha Kasante. Woman can say one more tones have Rubia auntie. That is the update. If they know they haven't done anything against the state, then why are they trying to run away from the oral? The evil men do leaves after them. Indeed. Where ye Meshach Asante or the Frama Saman and or the Abba. Richard or say also the Frama Saman. Kindly tell oral team that they have missed a call from Electricity Company of Ghana. The PricewaterhouseCoopers audit report on the ECG from October 2023 released yesterday shows that the ECG has 84 different bank accounts, 490 million cedis unaccounted for by ECG, 303 million cedis unexplained tax offsets. The audit reviewed ECG spent 136 million cedis on secret emergency fuel. Another 490 million cedis revenue discrepancy at ECG. How can people appointed to manage Ghana's resources be wicked, selfish, and robbers like that? Poverty in the families of Nanado's appointees. We also say good morning to you, Mark Jerry. My name is Osmanisa Katamansu News Sport. I would like to know those who destroyed and burned some of the properties of the state, if they have been arrested. My greetings to my mom, Sister Bole Kubeko, and then Kubekro inside Nungwa Authority Market. Thomas Adomi Pele 2. I said JDM has disappointed the first-year university students. Also first-year university students. Ajegong Yamutu with regards to Adja Safia Mohammed. When say King David or the Free Kaswa tournament, I will always continue to thank the good people of Kaswa. NDC is all about the development and greetings to Phyllis. Na Koyo Okuno, MPP 8, MP for a year Wutu Senior East constituency. When Senapo, you have now come back to your senses. You've forgotten when you were dancing, Sisifia. You guys will suffer in opposition, George Edifritama. When say good morning to Mark Jerry, why would you stay on the line to listen to insult? You better cut the line off. SK Mama Dum so, hey, Obia frame Odidi Matama no bedu to make cateno. The man dia temper, kama. Send the water on him. Ghanaians are going to enjoy the finest way of governance in the Fourth Republic under His Excellency John Mahama, because consulting Ghanaians on major decisions and implementing their will based on practical expertise shall transform Ghana. Ghana go sweet well. Honorable Julius Debra, any ni ashemo so chiao. What for the amount? Alai Baba. Wafake the Finioplan station. I'll say it is true that President John Mahama will continue. Is it true that he's going to build a national cathedral? I don't know. If it is true, God have mercy on President Mahama. But I'm not aware so wakaso basic cathedral. Yeah, what kind of source on way into your mouth? Benadi Free Kwabenya. ECG, why are you doing this to Ghana? I think the current minister designated and vetted need to take management of the former MD to account for all the money not declared. Period. Regards to Tony Oben, the mining expert. Benadi Free Kwabenya. Wayse McJerry, good morning to you. And Kwabena. Now President Mahama is almost finishing his appointment. And so far, the names that mentioned to take those positions are the old incompetent appointees. And this government would fail massively. What are the future? Try the natural brofuni. What are also criticize you. And will be criticizing the brofun, yes, I know. Where's McJerry? You are just wasting your precious time on expired NDC member Koko Anyudo because it's of no use for NDC anymore. But who are the Nikan Amunem? TK respected. Where say the NDC don't need any advice from this greedy politician called Koko Anyudo. It should rest in peace and leave us alone. Thank you, Anyudo. Where say let Koko Anyudo know that he is the rescued lion from his rescuer, who devoured his rescuer. When he was locked up by Nanado, it is John Mahama who visited him to show solidarity. And when he came out, the world knew his attacks on John Mahama. Kwame Osrani Esiedu, Finland. And I can't refer to say John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency the President, appointment clearly shows he is ready to build a better Ghana that we want. Surely Ghana will work again. So Chiamadi Jibril, Deputy Director of Election. Madi Diame Paddy to China. I just said, I can't hear. Or parade free to whom God richly blessed Protozoa and people to whom you shared. So I'm so happy about what he has done. I don't understand why Honorable Samuel Okujeto is there and Honorable Haruna Idris appointed as Education Minister. As a member Debbie. Okay. Ghana Montie Suni high need 100.9.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
No matter the matter, RTID. Give on.
Suffer for work, enjoy for heaven. This thing they happen to anyone. I come from nothing, enter many things, but this thing they happen to anyone. Yeah. I live the life that I love the life that I live. Tomorrow's not promised, but I'll keep the things that I need. Love is in the air, wear face mask. No matter the matter, I'll be rich till I die. 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 I live the life that I love. I love the life that I live. Tomorrow's not promised, but I'll keep the things that I need. Love is in the air. Wear face mask. No matter the matter, I'll be rich till I die.
Tell I'll be rich till I die. Benyesika Kwabim say me wo. Right, special happy birthday to Augustino Sayamia of Nkoko. Special happy birthday to you, my dear. I hope you are feeling the best of the morning. Yanko Bonsha Papa Onsha on Tonquam, and then we'll celebrate your birthday.
I'll be rich till I die.
I will afford the banner, the normal as you just.
I'll be rich till I die. I live the life that I love.
I love that you are 18 and your ex taking me money. I know, come on.
But I'll keep the things that I need. Love is in the air. We're face man. No matter the matter, I'll be rich till I die.
Come on.
Hallelujah. Badu. Hallelujah. Great. Hallelujah. I'll be rich till I die.
Maza, I'll be rich till I die. Ghana Montie Swini.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Today be Friday. So Kasongo. Yanko. Hey, Kasongo zo. I don't know.
Kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo songa libala kibana nanda to kasongo batuna kengai tazali wapi naloba nini kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo songa libala
Kasongo mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo songa libala ibana nanda to kasongo batuna kengai tazali wapi naloba nini kasongo mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo songa libala
Brand exactly 9:30. High and 100 points in a Ghana Montie so there. Abeja fono. Bankwaba. Your friend right here Kingsley Haruna Malema. Okay, you're quite enemy at the discussions and the share so na ya train some of the woman.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Amalwa mache.
Papa J, Majoso.
I wish I probably be able to there.
I think I'm missing Yamiadum or the Enquache.
And last week, you went to Mama.
So I'm afraid. No friend yeba.
Ah, last week, I
was expecting your call, but it never came.
Now we're expecting me produce a call. Say, I'm afraid.
Very well.
Produce an afro.
Say, and no matter the two of you are working together, so.
Produce an afro.
Produce an afro. I don't know. Yes.
I
say earlier that week in Mino Kasai.
Yeah.
I even proposed I was likely to travel, but my young were around. Yeah.
Okay, I said now we'll be too quiet.
Would you come much and sooner and so man? But
if you have a call,
yes, you are doing Yaboko. I mean, Chia, I'm my tea for Finchapa. Can I feel my power?
Oh, yeah,
and I'm a feel also.
Also, my feel.
Yes, and we are grateful to Almighty God.
That's right.
Because before the elections, there was so much anxieties. People were thinking said they wouldn't even be Ghana after the elections. But it is gradually becoming the phenomenon of the Ghanaian elections. They do election year tension back room.
And they're true.
But at the end of the
year. And attention, so there be it keeps on increasing.
Yeah, but maybe say a constructive and genuine tension that achieves its inevitable outcome of political resilience. You get that? Moreover, I think 2 weeks or 3 weeks, even a month to the elections, there was a conference in Alisa Hotel. Philip, and I invited him. Philip, I think he's one of the aides to Honorable Oslo, to the former MP for Blekuma West.
Okay.
And my Chia Philip. He called me to run a program, say, and your input will be needed. On that program, I told the audience and any participant, and they said, if there will be a problem in 2024 elections, NDC will not be a party to it. And once again, at the end of the entire process, Ghana will once again prove herself to be the beacon of democracy in Africa. And we will prove to the whole world, say, they need to come to Ghana to learn about our democratic credentials. And we didn't disappoint. Here we are. I think that my prediction was inevitably justified. Papa J, despite everything, we are back again to our peaceful Ghana. We have had a new government in office. We have had our new president, and appointment is ongoing. And so far, we hear Timor, President Mahama, put it together around him, I am very much confident, like everybody has expressed during the polls, that Ghana will work again. And indeed, Ghana have started working again. And I am envisioning a Ghana under President Mahama where everybody, irrespective of your political affiliation, regardless of your social class, etc., you live in the place Ghana ha our be friend me fie. You be a entity will be a yengu ojuma because one Mahama and ya dwenti. A yengu ojuma because okasa tia NDC nti. A yengu ojuma anase yenkrofo kota tawanche ommo because yen santreni a uche wa dwenti. I don't see those things happening. The low levels at which we sank over the last years under Mampini Akufo-Addo, I want to, with all due respect, appeal to the leadership President Mahama put to appointees in Anase, and particularly communicators, both social and mainstream media. Which are one of the reasons, if MPP can be sincere to themselves, and leading to almost this abysmal performance and the outcome of this micro minority in parliament now, it was as a result of their arrogance and condescending nature. Kasa omoboso, kasa hantai so, omo kasa si se, tumi no eya omo dia, tumi ni Ghana for dia. E de man se jo somwa hombra sim eni ni diem. Fortunately for the NDC, who are we going to mimic as a result of this arrogance of power? President Mahama does not exude that level of behavior. Ne boss, Professor Jenana, ne vice Professor Jenana Opoku Agyeman is down to a woman. And she has opened another layer of leadership in our national life as far as gender balance is concerned. So, this administration, it is not only administration to administer national leadership, but it is equally a team that will inspire not only the existing or the current generation, but generations to come. Until omo ya nominated omo so far, omo nye akwenya ekosumwa bainimuno. I wish everybody well, and we pray that you succeed, because more successes will be Ghana successes. More successes will equally contribute to envisioning legacy that President Mahama is intending to leave, and we all owe him a duty to make sure that it happens. And you know, yenhwe na arrogance amba yemu sabio nipa despite everything President Mahama we are before and an appointees none of them are angels, they are all human beings, and every human being is subject to fallibility. Where such phenomenon emerges, we should be quick to admit before the people of Ghana, reflect, and then correct the errors and proceed. President Mahama had proved that before when he was in office 2012 to 2016. And this time around too, he will not do anything different. I am very much confident that Ghana will pick up again as it is picking. And we can see the signs all around. Our neighbors were here to celebrate with us. It looked like the whole of Africa was in Ghana in January 7th, if I'm not mistaken. Heads of states
ni de omo bai
pa and omo montimi amba no so no omo
si anamufo
ina ebai. What does that tells you? That Ghana is indeed the beacon of democracy in Africa, and every country within the continent is looking up to us. We cannot disappoint them, and we cannot disappoint ourselves, and I don't see that happening. So I wish them well. Let me single out one individual and commend him.
Mm-hmm.
It's no less a person than Miami boss, Sami Gyamfi. Sami Gyamfi, young as he was then, was taking the mantle of the leadership of the NDC as a communication officer of the party. The eloquence, his erudite manner of communication, his quest and taste for fact, truth, and accuracy, it inspires so many of us, given the fact that he was a lawyer, or he was called to the bar shortly after his election as a national communication officer. And he inspired many of the communicators, not only within the NDC, but within the MPP, and of course people who aspire to join political communications in the near distant future. And many of them are pursuing legal education or are pursuing a higher ladder of learning. Today, some have been able to commandeer the affairs of the NDC Communication Directorate. So, I want to commend all the communicators for the work they did, headed by our boss, Sami Jemfi. Enti enda President Mahama ahu se emabunu sabio ye TNT se kube yan nshun kwa na wom se na honorable Katie Hammond na okano na enda President Mahama abuye mabunu no wo yi lawyer Sami Jemfi ene lawyer Opariado so monko serve wona bemu minister and then MD respectively. I think say no kwanswa, and it has shown that President Mahama is prepared to hand over a working nation to the next generation. Because if the future belongs to the youth, it must start from now. Mpeni sisi eyemra se kom mabunu diem. Na be kom mabunu diem nsuso a, yesi sisi mabunu ne dane akofra ne ma omo a, omo nso atoa amamuo nso. Ohwe United States, for instance, so Obama be the president for 44 years. Am I right? Good. And Emmanuel Macron, so be there, 39 years or so. Oh, all of these guys were youth. And given...
I think South Korea and North Korea president are very, very young.
No, North Korea, they already you're one of the rebellious leadership in the globe. So, on the top that you are among the check. But that notwithstanding, you can see that the Western world or have gravitated towards youth leadership. And NDC have also exhibited that. Okay, former President Meros Abemua. That was a time where our national women organizer, Louisa BCU, Mrs. and my brother Okujetu Ablakwa, Jenim Boateng, Felosofusu Kwaches, and all of them served in that regime. So the successes of that regime, which was later transferred to President Mahama's era, which he maintained the status quo, the record of which MPP struggled and could not even come near, which has resulted to a more ignominious defeat during the polls, are a very clear signs that the youth, when given the opportunity, they can prove their worth. And President Mahama have done exactly that. I can only wish all of them well because their successes is also our successes. But my appeal is that for the last 8 years, the communicators have gone through a lot of hassle. And we could not have achieved what we achieved if the communicators had not worked. And it is my hope that going forward, we will not wake up in the morning inviting friends to send us Momo before we can come to radio and speak on behalf of the party. Mestre say the communicators know. If those who are in and those who are coming in, etc., they must be taken care of. So that the party voice can always be heard. And the government performance can always be heard. And then say, look, NPP along the line committed a huge blunder. They were not taking care of their communicators, even though they were in power. And sometimes when you call their people, in fact, despite the fact that the Akufo-Addo government was so bad to defend and sell, or his record was so abysmal to defend and sell, the communicators were not motivated enough to deal with the issues as they were. As a result, they fell on substandard and inexperienced communicators who even will come to radio and mess the government up the more than to do the right thing. So, going forward, I believe that we have a nation to build. We have a country to build. It is not about building a family. It's not about building a party. It is about Ghana. And President Mahama have demonstrated that looking at the team of people he has so far assembled around himself. I have no doubt Ghana will work again. I have no doubt. Ye feel proud to live in the country that belonged to our ancestors, bequeathed to us, and we have a duty to protect that legacy of our forebears and hand over to the next generation. And President Mahama will leave exactly that legacy.
Okay, Mame found call Boku. Boku ya adie bia what they akwa mitire ho pa.
Papa J. Boku asebwa. So la do ho aba go ahead.
Go na mo asem dey adam be free Boku. Let me free on free. Dey by or the wakoho.
Yes.
Who follow said ya normal call.
Very well, Papa J.
Yeah.
See Asema me no one in here. You remember the last time I spoke about Boku issue?
Yeah.
Solo was here. And he was completely ignorant about the prevailing the issues. I remember I shared a lot of information with you, if you can attest to it, yes. And Solo was suggesting that it's like maybe Betnahana make one side without the other side. And you know, if that is the case, I should even be banned or not allowed to talk about it. And it appears you agreed with him that you will not discuss the Boku issue again on your platform, or you won't allow me to mention that. But Paji, you see, maybe the other side don't come to this platform because maybe they're not able to speak the chief fluently like I do. And you don't invite me here in my capacity as Kusasini Free Boko. You call me as an NDC member, an NDC communicator. And Menkano, fortunately or unfortunately, I happen to be a communicator of the NDC, which I appear on this platform as such, and also come from that place. In this BBA affecting me, man, I have the duty to speak about it. Likewise, sir, intention be a cost war, Asante Achem, or no for us south.
There be wa Asante Dwabe.
Asante Dwabe, fine. So because was Asante Dwabe, na yene kwanswa, we have a duty to stand by you and fight the injustices on your behalf and on your behalf of the people. Martin Luther King put it right that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So when I spoke about those things, even though it is my people who are going through that kind of injustices, supposedly, I would do so with passion, beyond the normal level that you expect of me. However, Papa Jane, maybe who say Boku issues, there is no issue in Boku. In fact, I have some series of literature which I can share with you. Colonial anthropologist by name, is this Symes, right? Yes, Symes. I'll get a full name for you, Symes, and even others before him that compiled the historical development of the people in the area, undoubtedly came to a unanimous conclusion. Boku belonged to the Kusasis, which is now, by virtue of colonial demarcation and our own regionalization, fall within Upper East. And we have our brothers, the Mamprusis, in Northeast, led by Nairi, who think that once upon a time, they used to have community chiefs. We will maintain that. Asante for one cry, you are a sizable number. Nothing stops you from appointing someone here who is Asante chief. That has been the culture of we the Africans before colonialism. True of us. In fact, we have a number of them. You are Shaman Kusasa for Hine, you are Kaswa Kusasa for Hine, you are Teshi, and many places in Accra. They go home and introduce themselves as such. Like every other tribe, Okwa Santememwa, this is the place where such things are very phenomenal. Notwithstanding that Asantemai Ashe Denchira Sepe, until Asantemai Kojeno who every Denchira for him, and the Denchira for Etidunqua on offense. And Asante Hene, no 2 eti Kumasi, said you ordinary Hene, now Hene man for so. There cannot be an instance where Denchira Hene can feel that once upon a time I ruled over Asanteman before and Intino may appoint it Obine Manakudia Santeman. So it can never happen. It can never happen. And even now, we have never been the subject of anyone. If you read the history of the Kusak area very well, you could see that we resisted even transatlantic slave trade. That is why in the north, particularly the Kusak area, there is no slave trading post in our area. Because we resisted it. And our forebears fought against that kind of inhumane treatment. It's a beautiful history. I will share some of them with you. And to what was happening under Omampine Kufuado, which some of bandits from Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia's office, I feel is saying, Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia is the vice president. Let's use him, aided by some element within the national security architecture, seeing the Boku fracas as an opportunity to make the public purse through bloated national security budget and was making money into their pocket. Could you believe that? Some of us felt that the injustices. It is very true. See, Papa J, you haven't been to Boku before, right? Very well. One day, me no be call. I will take you there one day. In fact, I pray say it will happen very soon. So you go to Boku and see how deprived the place had become. Before the year 2000, Boku was one of the fastest, development communities in the country. And Boku was overtaking even Bolagatanga as regional capital. It was the conflict in the year 2000 and subsequently recent times and the development of Boku. And in the ma Zebila are very prominent. And the ma Bolagatanga also are developing very faster because businessmen, etc., who live in Boku and decide to stay there, notice the security situation to be very volatile. So what should they do? They will migrate. Government institutions, NHIS, even banks, and go to a time where the court in Boku was closed down.
Yeah.
Yes, was closed down. Now, as a Musa said, Boniba and Pana Kusasi for a year to deserve this kind of injustices from the MPP government. There could not be any sense of justification except that people were benefiting from the Boku conflict. There was a guy who was sent there when Bernard Champon was a minister in charge of national security at the seat of the government called Fatawu Nambe. Fatawu Nambe was a non-Mampusi guy. He was moving from house to house killing the Kusases. I am not alleging this. In fact, the paramount queen of Boku, who happens to be my own auntie, organized a press conference and mentioned Fatawu Nambe's name. He never got arrested by the state until finally the gods of the land arrested him. And besides that, Adam GH also did a work about
meaning unknown who. Oh wow!
Arrested him.
Well, who else said the gods?
Oh, but who will say the gods arrested you? So
that's what those you go no.
The gods arrested him. The gods arrested him. Oh, besides that, the military high command that deployed Mampusi soldiers in uniform to Boku. There was a community they called Puabula. That Puabula community one in 2007 September, thereabout, I think June or July, September, a soldier for Echo community war in uniform. The community who they suspected them, but the men took cover, not knowing that they were Mampusis in military uniform. In one house, Nipa 11, including a painful one on the back. No justice for those people. So, what was happening in Boku was completely bizarre. So, President Mahama promised that Obetina Kunyashua, and what even brought the camel back was when Nairi, Enyaneho, in support of some element from Alaji Mahamadou Bawumia's office, the vice president then, and skinny, a paramount chief for Boku, where there is a paramount chief alive. Meanwhile, the Kusas for them and pussy for Chakaben anymore. We don't speak your language, you don't also speak our language.
But also,
and we don't even belong to the same region.
Former vice president, the office.
Yeah, because
the office,
Papa J,
the office.
Oh, sir, he was the how do you call it? The number 2 higher officer of the land. Mm-hmm. And besides that, by virtue of our constitutional arrangement, or you're the chairman of the Ghana Armed Forces Council and the Ghana Police Council, right? And then the Prison Service Council. He has an enormous powers. And people were leveraging on the powers to commit heinous crimes. We never heard him speak until the party elected him as a flag bearer. That was the time he went to Nairi. And Nairi advised him to come to Boku. Why did Nairi advise him to come and see Boku Naba if there was no substantive chief? And I have maintained that the Boku issue, any chieftaincy issue, this is a tribal issue fueled by the MPP regime for political gains. Finito.
Now, Boku talk on
finito.
MPP.
You know something?
MPP.
And they came to fuel it. I can refer you far back in 1958. When the Afari Commission brought their report, that commission report was challenged in the High Court then by the Mampusis. And when the High Court upheld their pleas, the Kusases went to the appeals court, which was the highest court of the land at that time. The highest court quashed the appeal court decision and maintained the Afari Commission report which was to the effect that Nairi and the Mampusis have no heirs in Boku because the Kusak area belongs to the Kusasis. And so must it be. That's all. And if you know the history of our people, it's as if follow CM, Menokasaya, the head of our family in the Bugri traditional area of the Tempane district. We're free as we speak. And he is what we call Tendana. The Tendana is a spiritual administrator or the spiritual head, the family head, and then the leader of the clan. He is no more now. Per the custom of our people, it may take it 3 years before we can perform his funeral. That has been our nature for many, many years. And many states, how do you call it? Ethnic groups in Africa practice as if follow state. So Chinua Achebe book things fall apart very well. And you could see that the Igbos people too also practice that kind of government before the arrival of the colonialists. So the colonial legacy cannot be maintained now. Let alone Mampusis never fought and conquered Boku. Neither were we their subject. And so the Boku issue is an injustice that was being meted there because some people were benefiting from the conflict. The visit of President Mahama as the first national assignment as a president in fulfillment of his commitment and promise as if he were to be elected, which he has been elected, is to ensure that peace will be restored in Boko. Indeed, went there last week. And apart from so meeting Boko Naba and an Impedinfono, Osanso called Nairi. And I am also told that he met the regional Security Council and he has promised to make sure that this conflict will come to an end once and for all and never resurrect again. From 2000, when the matter came out in the first time, all the way to 2009, we never saw Nairi involvement in this matter. Okay? And they more or less even declared the Mampusis in Bokuno as persona non grata. You know why? If Kobokus is here, you will not get the pure 100% blooded Mampusi. You know the reason? Because of intertribal marriage. From time immemorial till now, ne mame eye kusasini, ne papa ye Mampusini. Ne papa ye Mampusini, ne mame ye Mampusini, ne papa ye kusasini. You can talk about Honorable Haruna, how do you call Mahama Yarga? Congratulations, boss. I am told he's not the majority leader in parliament, right? Oh, these are the level of social integration we have in the place. So why the conflict? Why the conflict? It was completely needless. On behalf of the youth and the people of my area, I want to plead that where we've gotten to now, previously we needed to defend ourselves, yes, which is legitimate. The Constitution of Ghana and the laws of the land allow self-defense. Once we have gotten to a juncture where we are expecting final resolution of this matter, I am told, as I read from the news, that President Mahama will be going to Manshia coming Saturday, if I'm right.
On the 12th.
On the 12th, good. On the 12th of... 17. This will check it out. But President Mahama will be in Manshia. President Mahama will be in Manshia.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to meet another something as part of the mediation process. We are hoping that this kind of things will come to an end so that finally there will be peace in the area for economic activities to boom again so that the place can pick up. Boko have become a ghost town, which shouldn't have been the case. Now we share the whole Upper East area honor the food basket of Upper East. Besides that, it is also a trading hub. Boko is the only town where a linked 3 or 4 border countries. Even more. For example, South Boko Eko Nigeria, linking the northern side of Nigeria, which is the Kano state, very easy. Not forgetting that Togo is just close, Benin is also close, then you are entering the northern part of Nigeria. At the same time, Burkina Faso and then Niger are all along those routes. Do you get it? It is a yet trade Boko. It is very viable. And Boko is a profitable town commercially in the country. I believe that we need to see the final conclusion and resolution of this matter, so that at the end of the day, we will have universal peace everywhere around the country, so that mobility can easily be facilitated. Look, which is Walwale and Nyoma Kosowa. Now, as of him, people who are traveling from the northern part of the northeastern corridor of the country, either from Paga, Hamle, and those sides towards the south, from Bolgatanga and then environs towards the south, from Boko, Garu, Zebila, and those enclaves towards the south, they all pass through the Walwale Township. Now, group of bandits, they are two men who say, "Ombe attacking those cars. They prepare man for cars outside Japadia." I think you in class 7. We north. One of our major problem in the north is poverty, underdevelopment, and the little that we struggle to put up because of this kind of nasty issues. You turn around to burn it up. It's not easy to mobilize money to buy a car. No, be a caution. There's one guy. Fusentua death pains me a lot. You're pulling out from on one car. Wale, they sat him down on a plastic chair, interrogating. No more born in metal kind of hunt you a kunu or cardimu. No more shekado. And Fusen himself, almost seen a boar in the kunu. Or we almost have burning the body. I don't know what I sent to those images. Very gory. Very gory. Why should we do this to ourselves? I mean, why? Why? Let's even grant it. Say, Boko Yaman Pussy for dia. Ukum Nipani Nevia, and one Okodium, so Yenipa. And you know what you are doing, what's wrong? But you continue to do it. Why? Because some people, you thought that you have power, or Alhaji Mahamadou Bawumia, the vice president, was the vice president of Ghana. And so, you're too about MONTIE. You can leverage on the leadership to commit the kind of atrocities. It is about Mahamadou Bawumia, Alhaji, the vice president and the father of the MPP. And you're 38.2%, 0.8%, one MPP for who say it is as a result of the misbehavior of his own trustmen in the northern part of Ghana. If mistakenly Alhaji Mahamadou Bawumia had won, I don't think I would have been alive. Or I would have even exist to come and sit on radio. Whom am I? Said the chairman won't to me Kayan. Whom am I? Do you get it? So these guys were bloodthirsty criminals. And I want to call on the new leadership so appointed by President Mahama to begin to take interest in the matter that happened in Boku, particularly a community called Zohan. The 8 or 9 unarmed civilians who were only working in their gardens and were brutally murdered by the soldiers, they should be investigated. Justice must be served, because I dare say that a soldier for a post for a bonkro or boku kuomo, even from both Mampusi and the Kusasa side, more than the conflict claimed, the life that the conflict claimed. And we are looking forward to see that justice is served beyond mediation and a resolution or permanent solution of this kind of fracas. We are looking forward to see that, because if these people can lie peacefully in their graves, we owe them a duty to make sure that justice prevails for them and their families.
Medan say I need 100.9. Kingsley Haruna Malama and I will turn in Kano. And then Friday weekly in retrospect. Amalaba yan sanhwe we so far we share the course of parliament appointment committee any a year on my opinion appointment in 1 year, and the first 3 nominees are on my way to the assessment.
Papa James, one of the things we always expect from leadership is honesty and sincerity. And the nature of the government and the behavior of officers in the government and in the potential offices they are going to occupy you can assess them from their honesty or dishonesty, the level of their behavior in government or in office, right from the appointment committee. And so far, I haven't seen anything that on the part of the three nominees who were vetted last week. I'm trying to be candid and honest as possible. Papa J, every question which was thrown at them, to me, they answered those questions to the best of their ability. No garnishing, no praise singing, and every question which were asked, they tried to answer it based on the level of knowledge that those nominees have. Now, Oshe Dr. Kesel Atuforsen, given the fact that he was a former finance minister, the finance ministry and the management of public institutions of that nature is not alien to him. And moreover, President Mahama himself knows the state of the country. Baby Agana Sikasem Ejanonim. Now, the team of people are put in the various places to deliver the result that he wants. And not only he as a person, mandated by the powers of the state, but the expectations of the people. Honorable Dr. Ayeni Esquire is an accomplished lawyer. And if you look through our legal system, and even being a politician, even his nominations was met with joy by the opponent. I remember contributing to the motion in the floor of Parliament when his name was mentioned. Anodompre was full of praises. Anodompre of all people. What does it tell you? It tells you clearly that these are not individuals who are coming into office to play to the gallery or to behave to meet political praise singing, but they mean business. They are here to serve. Attorney General is the chief legal officer and the principal state attorney who prosecutorial powers of the state lies. Godfrey Dame time, because of a new man, microphobic friend, judge shopping and other stuff, he was described as Minister of Injustice. We are not going to have a Minister of Injustice at the moment because, like I said before, we have a nation to build. We have a country that has been torn apart. Putting the bit and the pieces together need an extra wisdom, need extra experience, need extra humility in public office, and above all, need hardworking, focused, committed, and dedicated people who will steer the affairs of the state. I beg get here out of the current doldrums in the level we have sunk. And so therefore, these officers, so named and vetted by Parliament, we are only praying, say, how Sunisha Radia Duma Tuesday, they will be approved by the chamber, and the president will sworn them for the business of government to commence immediately. Another person in this list to Honorable John Abdullah Jinapo. Doc, special greetings to you and congratulations for your nomination. Papa J, I cry for my big brother because in as much as I believe in the expertise and his competence, once again, also knew because during the 2012 to 16 President Mahama's first term, he also served as a deputy energy minister where Honorable Kofi Amabwa was the boss. And the wealth of experience, given the fact that he was the ranking member on the Energy Committee of Parliament. Over the last 8 years, Bibiani who are see ministry who are escaping the notice. And looking at the willful mismanagement, misapplication and misappropriation of public resources that were supposed to have been used to better the lot of the energy sector, all have gone down the drain. And I believe that him taking that office, although a mess has been created, he has what it takes to revive the place, to revive the ministry, ministry, and to make sure that our light is not shut down. And the economy, as we promised the people of Ghana to rebuild, if the economy can continue and run efficiently, then we need sustainable power to accomplish that goal. So, like I told you before, so far so good. I listened to Dr. Steve Mantiao, who is a neutral person in this regard. That's something say if President Mahama continues the trajectory is going, we will truly end up with the proper solid team. And indeed, we shall end up with that proper solid team. But first, Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Ahiafo, Mathieu commentaries in the media, even from the practitioners like yourself and others, who have shown some level of reservations about the handling of the vetting committee. I share similar concerns. When Joe Wise, the former MP for Bekwai, was the chairperson of the vetting committee, the appointment committee of Parliament, he ran it as if it was a sole proprietorship company, or the Nisika Ate, Yana Oteso Parliament.
No, yes. Look at a public
office.
Your friend is there be one more telecast on the live.
Yes.
Yenina ye shape. Joe Wise ye chairman. Yenina ni tria. Then Joe Wise to me running the appointment committee because I am one papa. Because I dear yenina ye shape.
Okay.
And now or running is Hannah, none of the minority. Then woman complaining.
Oh, sir. Alasan Suhini. I command that name baby Oyano. If I were him, I would have walked out from that committee.
Oh, yeah,
fine. He asked a question, which was indeed a public interest question. In fact, 2017, when Ken Ofuriatta appeared before the committee, was saying he is aware that the finance minister Nisika Inano and the asset is being kept in a tax haven. He's not coming to run the public purse, managing the finance ministry of Ghana. As a Ghanaian, how can he assure him and the public say your money will be saved? Tax haven. Joe Wise bullied Honorable Suhini and overruled the question. So many of it. In 2021,
they are working. Public account, appointment committee. One more media. One more year. I feel no more recommendations.
Parliament.
Plenary.
Fire.
How are Kumsen yet? How are Kumsen? You can say the worst performance so far. Fish farming crowd went to me, and yet went to me, and define it. One more day, how are Kumsen? A car. Ministers who are the highest votes.
She got it.
You see,
CM.
I make half both majority and minority.
I am dealing with specifics.
No, but do say when everybody say can make me say, for instance, me will be Samia. press conference Gideon Wakonom ye no. My opinion useless. In fast one niso. I didn't na mekanisa. Time 2012 Ghana for to aba edema JDM and another dan Kwaku any two others can say 1 month as somebody call court. NPP minority then boycotted a year appointment committee proceedings. Yet there were veterans memoir. Somebody about way more question be and baby bisa better than Ghana ebutu. I don't even get it. No, to me me stands a year consistent. You see, say press conference no me to me then win. Yeah. You see, it is Joe Wise by your way. Well, I don't know.
I agree with you. I agree with you fully. But I'm dealing with specific instances. I thought the precedent and the template have been constructed well by Joe Wise as the chairman of the appointment committee. There was another instance. There's a video. That video has become popular on social media and can share it with you. Joe Wise bullied once again Honorable Suhini and even denied his opportunity to ask the second question again. He denied him. And see, this is an elected member of parliament.
Okay.
The very vote that sent Honorable Alasan Suhini to parliament, the same vote also sent Joe Wise to parliament. It was a privileged position that he occupied as the chairman of the appointment committee, which Honorable Suhini can equally become one. And the Honorable here for NTSSA, the template have been drawn.
Okay.
The leverage out there, my MPP members on that committee. Yeah, or more misbehaving should stop. Should put his feet down. Question that need to be overruled, he must do that without fear or favor. Matters that are too personal and cannot bring out the competence of the person to bear to justify the nomination of His Excellency the President must not be entertained on the panel.
Okay.
And like you said, oral. Press conference. Oral is not an institution. It's not. And oral is not inviting anybody.
And
when they finish, they will send whatever facts they have to the appropriate state agency to launch investigations into them. Say your whistleblowers act.
Yeah.
Good. And the oral is more or less a whistleblowing entity. Nothing fast from the public. And Papa J, remember, can't say me also. Assembly say, this is where it is coming from. Now, so give information, no. Every comma oral for. And are you an institution? Now, my case kind of say our studio hasn't been here. Can't you arrest me and hand me over to the police? Huh? Can't you do that? Now, yes, sir. Have you appropriated the powers of arrest so guaranteed to the state, to the police by the state? No. Have you appropriated the powers to yourself? NPP for me, they don't exist. Or more energy, they should channel that energy towards building their party na agunu. And don't never help them. Because they should keep quiet and to govern our country.
Yeah, Jerry.
Too much.
Oh, it's only it's off Charlie. I'm a DM cray.
Well, Mama, a few times I'm a
yes, say Mamba cry to say last week. We better say I'm going to feel deal.
Me say no one so much.
There be yes, sir. The woman is now treat and a vetting, no. It's just and now treat me maybe be through the vetting. My man pick it on only one. Papa at force, honorable at force, and you designated, you nominating for a finance ministry. No, Ninkita will deal with the committee. No, can say. In fact, before no during opposition, time of opposition, na or can say be saying, 6,000 cedis. Cocoa bagger, MPP are buying apeja. Your friend is saying. Bag cocoa sikana kwa kudu no see that's 3,100 or see I was see a team Emma womo ya makra na 6,000 and I was see tidima cocoa farmers because or share a prevailing exchange rate any world market price of cocoa na naturally say I was say Ghana cocoa board one more ton cocoa 9,000 na the SE de mama ekuafo no so koko ekuafo no, it shouldn't go below 6,000 Ghana cedis. Or no asan here and say 60 million old Ghana cedis. It no come a koko ekuafo ati ase saying. Say you was sika bia was here the mom for one bag of cocoa at that time ona you announce 3,100 in there. It shouldn't be 3,100. We say 6,000, 60 million. And then yankopon ayem wadom omatimi aba aban mu ya paul say wo na wo kwa akɔhwɛ isika sem so na mpanimfo ototo wa no sɛ ne ye constitution no ɛkyerɛ no na sɛ wo ma hye bedwomfo ototo wa no wie a na kyɛ sɛ ya ma approval no wetimi akɔyɛ ɔsoafo ɔhwɛ isika sem so ne ye bisa ne sɛ sa 6,000 bi okan ye ne a wabɛyɛ finance minister yi okodu office no sha say edwuma ana obetwe om sa 6,000 cedis na ɛhɔ ansa na ɔde nkyirikyiri mu ɛbrɛ Ghana for say 6,000 in the first place no cocoa sika enko consolidated fund mu I say wow it the other time na can the other position no of 3,100 in yet I was 6,000 ye twa no sata no nim si cocoa sika enko consolidated fund mu ana de di kan they toss me no or see onim the extent of eka debt sir say bi Ghana cocoa board wo mo wo na say hey abrantie na time wo opposition na wo ka say was MPP aban ana na do dan kwa any year about me ada no e wo so wo mu twia wo mu cocoa fo no ni say twia mo 3,100 na ya sisi mu krapo na 6,000 no sata no nim eka ana obisa eka a Ghana cocoa board e dia na o say we o say onim arrears cause of splitting no o say onim debt and also onim arrears say bi cocoa board wo enti ontimi ngina ne nan so tam otio na ye vet ne nka say obema ya the amount 6,000 and I say endu 6,000 and I say bebro sa sister because onim arrears so onim to musika no so enko consolidated fund mu and Ghana cocoa board omo no mu kura wo musika and of course so sign chere say in fact Ghana cocoa board omo wo eniem ebi omo tisika the top fertilizers omo tisika the yearway omo eniem nketekete bi omo ye gise wo hu sa eniem ni nyina no etimi na me bisa say time na o ka chere Ghana akuafo say MPP aban esisi mu say ye NDC ye be fiso ni ye twam 470 cedis per bag na MPP aban as at the time na o address Ghana force and was here turn 6,000 na MPP aban dey 470 e dey about 3,100 sa time no na onim say cocoa board omusika no say omuba omunya sika na so omti fertilizer wom e so omti we no onim sa ana say na onim ana say normal political talk ana say na ye papa ye dey amri bi atwa mo kan say e ya udi ntro kakra no dey e de kakra fran e ye no bi na na o ye aden na we ene dance e kire say sebi bi am kama say NDC for mo kasa Ghana for me entie ni yo nsem de don be ka kire hu say ne wonya akwanya ontimi sinipi say ya fa ne self to serve for the Ghana man no oba e 6,000 no kan say anka say cocoa looking at the prevailing world price any exchange rate no e was say ye ton no e de moms ye de Ghana kwa for 6,000 no and now so ontimi ngira na so nka say 6,000 obetimi atwa ne sa ye mfa no nto nchen ye mbra free university first year free university education omo kan say omo buy university for omo ntwa school fees for the first year and area clement apak abekasa on it yera nunu mensa brigadier ono so aba osoja abekasa ono so abekasa on it na ansem omo kan nyina ne say yera nunu mensa podi o say what sense does it make? Also, what is the essence of it? Say you be say sika dey university education free. Adentin na was Ghana man say ni sika e dey university na NDC aban cause of the Ghana sika e be university free. Say ni kasa ni tete o kan say ehun hia say ye be university free. Meanwhile so time omo ye campaign no otiyo say ye wura no omo call your friends say UPSA amuma youth no call the me mate ko gina o kan so ye be free no. When timi am out am e kase sas dey and omo nyai kan momu nka mani to Ghana voting because nya de be ye o but now omo dis akasa no amawura se be mebunu a se be omo maame no papa no ni bi omo force se NDC aban omo kotuma NDC aban na NDC aban ba power obema omo so nto aso university na ye free am omo no and then o ka kire omo se enye yi ye Clement Park o si enye compulsory o si first year free no enye compulsory chese adini ni tintini tete an se omo pa directed the minds of Ghanaians to the fact say first year free no enya de be possible but me can say Ghana for
Amanga say you're possible. Clement Park. Amanga say you're possible.
Ma me see enye compulsory. And I me didn't know no say inference. You do you know me say also what is the essence of no, there's nothing for us to do that. I'm making an inference. You can make your own inference.
And I'm saying it means what?
Me can't say it means. Me making me inference. Me making me inference.
Okay.
What me I say? Because I promise. It ya promise about the what is any hunya and any compulsory and as it is
whole finance minister beka say hunya.
And na make say enipa mienu asem na maka and I'm saying nipa mienu asem na maka and I'm just based on the nipa mienu aka no. This is what I'm saying. They are trying to drive the minds of Ghanaians to the fact say I didn't ambasoa nature say omo outline no ebi eno so na gina na amaso but me pa kire say mo aka say mo beye say na nana dan kwakufado kan say obeye na sebi or defy all odds now within the first 9 months into power or the free SHS ne buy no Yera John Dramani Mahama despite near umpenifo bin mashase eka. Despite the minds of Ghanaians on penny for being started preparing towards the possible fact say Masua not just embracing his son. Yesterday, Gina Naso, none of Grand Kufuad, or Gina and so Emma phrases just buy. Despite more 419 SA free SHS 419 if Sadas for Muyan, or Gina and Naso, Eshama and Nebaso. Yera Mahama, yes, Gina Naso, maintain the on penny for an can now free university educational Kayeno. Say your compulsory, say your compulsory. No means as baby say what is the essence say if there is no essence sebi ma emrantie no ade a wom hu ye wo o promise ni mu omo underscore ye very well ye free enjo mo koto abama ho no mani mbrem no mu say sebi wanda da om. That is what I want to drive home.
Me say mame ko atie for na
obema na meso ebem
oh time bebre 0302257902 03022435 so lo my want to mama to protest wa now time no ban time can be enough time
Good morning, Honorable Major.
Yes sir, you do.
Mbacho anano penya misha bebre unya kitwa friend brighter obuto abuso kind. Mami fa konya wesu na minchia ni taki obed ewo odo mi kwa benya mesre se SRC John Dramani mama modebo obo kwa benya no ese enwunya se di MC ne bema no na wabua youth no ene grassroots no ewo odo mi kwa benya ta asu na abekuma center ono abu KKD Kofi Proud do no michia no papa she papa na MC no awtiwa wakasa bibre ono ankasa omushe mesa omo kreti edegu a omo fe abemu mo se bibia wo manje ne mo a se bibia ni wa ekosu yiye a yeselesi John Dramani mama abefa afunya no a wo tutu ni o se siniama appointment ya o ye se nipa o from omo nim dia omo betimi aboa ama o manje na yeye enye de mo ti wo na wo kika no corrosion more abemo PDS airbus any nyoma bebre corrosion aduko aban wudada no enti ebetre se omuja kasa bebre na omu.
Okay, madam say mama for next one be bato macho
Mr. Magdalene.
Yes sir. Mr. Nokrasa yetio
Mr. Magdalene mama mo about mama ncha nebra case Samarba. The communication there or separate self obenya baby ura me na yesu de nya no so mfaso na me ncha me ward coordinator Victor so kasua uti kinye na me ncha me constituency chairman wa wo papa chairman to jare to regional organizer na nampio ana ona bufu swamp of George chairman the bia mo bia nyame enka mo ni taki wo do me kwa binya picture magari o ti se me boni taki bigi one NCDC is a year the best excellency John Dramani Mahama. Offer the link of form. Now, on nipa or work from Emma constituency now. Only a nipa constituency no, only more how. Now, 1 pound in pan and Femma mentioning. O back out for which is a new ita. Also, nipa prayer, Aquana. 2 woman may know no problem. Now, 1 woman may be what you do.
wonni no kura sakura no ubusa ni midu kura wo so wonni ni na so wo so wo tu se nyansi ha na so wo tira dio so wo ye den yo na wo so wonni no kura fa na so wo no kafua na so kafua NDC no anka sakura wonni NDC no and the human human so wo ye election there is no one word mpa ye who ta enipa no nko so wo ye
well, no, I have from Metro near Kasana Katre, Stephen, Chairman Stephen Ofuso, there is a Omamitenik, why? Okay. Mepato, Marche. Yes, sir, it's your uncle.
Well, MPP Nino Honabaso Mame.
Yo.
Semetiano. Mame Chain Kame Uma organizer, Ajia Safira Mohammed. Mamenchia Namechia Yura Jasin Kuduya, Yura Dr. Mahmoud Bamia, Mechiano. Mike, I'm a child Marba say, no, I'm about your post to be Mike.
Yes.
Mr. Marba, your post to be
now the post in a teacher, Rihanna. Minister Sepano Maboka Crab, and a post in the baby, positions in the baby, over 6,000 positions. Hey,
Mike.
Yes.
I'm so free. Official. This is also free people to all money. You know, can't go to CCP. To all money post. And to a casa gukwa.
Another obi free amanyoko from baby. I don't enter on your position.
Mami come out some so. Me ya amareba. No mo so on my akufuado. Ne ba me say on my no. Nti o mo ba be ni ye. Ya be sere o mo. Ya kasa eni ehia. Kasa ne de ye kasa nkamarba kasa. Kasa na wakasa ya be sere so o adwuma. Ena o mo se o ma tibi bibi ora. Ora na o ma te no. Ya be sere. Se ya se kofi boache e ka wona ayi akwaya o ayi okuja tabla kwa. De o mo one chata one constituency a o ma
now, was Annie Casa, honorable member of parliament. Massa, what time class?
That be time, sir. Mammy Farmancy will call Uber. Mike, the American said, you run another danko for the time. You run most. I wish to afford the some between another one. Say, on you try you run most. A woman, a mom. And to some of the Ora, Miss Leia Mahama. You, no, you vice. And I will pay only more my no free. And it's all right. Your best lesson come with most woman. Your best one.
Okay, me that same. Me for last one. Nayanko, your time so. Marche.
Marjorie.
Yes, I do.
Unya be my ben Fabinya. Me that near my power day for my God. My member me ya be ma amaliba to wakasa pa. Na me chia me MP papa eli ma klubu. Domi kwa bia ni taki gan is ono no betumi ni elifi ma fugu aye adwuma nti jo mama ye srew ni taki e kan list na bi du woni no ko mo da appointment ma ye na menchia Dr. Tony Obin the money expert obe boama telam se ni tu e kana ye money papa e ko se influence wa the ma west ni okay nchia wo so ma je uni bibi semi anana ya wa sha ati bi e do mo bebre o they have a long way to go. Because the son of the Shah said, yeah, who quench papa 4 years, never defend the papa. How Mahama, Ghana phone him to my pa or boy, a bra or mampeni. That is why, yet too, a baman overwhelmingly. I'm out to now for a mother so who will be a more fan because this is that. Since what Ghana, you grew and Fourth Republic, you've been seeing that. So, be it me winning with 1.7 million votes, our parliament, when you're almost to 10. And you are more really a big crap and company is a big show. So that's in Ghana. I'm a penny job, I'm at the point, Mama Ghana for maintaining NBC for 2 years. Because I'm put to be an NBC.
I had a medium medianisi and then Friday. Case na mala. Amala na so ka den.
No, you see
but so metama so nti.
Yeah, cocoa price.
Cocoa. Oh, na sa do kan say no ano no.
It doesn't reflect that on cash.
When I cash.
Just make it empty noise. Oh, did the finance minister designate denying that government will not fulfill its promises? He never said so. Number 2, was a Brigadier General Nunu Mensa and Clementa Park Mokasa. One month on Wakaina and the Quack saying, who is Brigadier Nunu Mensa? Is he an official in government? President Mahama appointed the new man. Does he speak for government? So in what capacity? What's your name? Start giving your government position. Thank you. To send you government. Okay. And then what you watching up? Yes. So you got it right. Start somewhere and don't go 38%. No. When you go after 38%.
I know at the end. No.
People we are saying.
Kasa solo. Atu forcing. The titi ni titi ani say. Enne. Eye anu a odi be ball bisia Ghana for me to abama on. Enye the same anu no dey kasa nde. O see e cry for na wo see etwam 6000 mo bombe etwam 6000. Enne ye ma wa kwanya se be kasa na ye toto wano no. O see wuntimi sinipi se ubetwia 6000 na se wuntimi ntwia because onim e car e wo ho. Enna mi kire se o kasa time no o ka kire o di ko bo business ye meto abama no. Wan enti na me kasa Ghana for so mo hususu ye between campaign kasa any kasa ye reality. Nye kasa nyina se bia ndisi for edweba amandwa so se ye be campaign e be ka no. Se na ye mama kan se campaign odi drug akra na wa kan drug akra nti di omote ye no entro from no eno na da ho ne ayena ye.
Thank you. Solomon Asante, member of the MPP communication team, and Kingsley Haruna Malabansu, a member of the NDC national communication team. Medi Jumedi NSC Kojo da miado medanse producer time mechi media seda bema abena frema banko na na ya osafo social media administrators na media seda dia makwasi aboaje ono na media supervisor Dr. Faradex na executive producer and na me general manager Kennedy Asante say ono enebo eye Dr. Faradex na chidome as a deputy executive producer. And Hannah Medi Jumedi say we need the Mark Jerry. OSEI AGYEMAN. Next week, in a minute, I'm going to show you. On my nature, Ola Michael is taking over. On the way.